Good morning, good afternoon, and welcome to your virtual community health and wellness conference. It is a pleasure to be here this morning. I want to start the conference and acknowledge the passing of Chadwick Boseman overnight. He was a shooting star that has made an indelible mark on all of us. And I would like to tell him, rest in power, Black Panther, Wakanda forever. We will always remember him, and his presence will be missed on the planet because he had a bright future, and I'm sure we'll see more work that he's recorded and left for us. But this is a moment in time that's crucial, that we have to acknowledge people who are transitioning and becoming ancestors. And we have to use that power to work for us as we move through and figure this thing out. Today, our conference is called Where Do We Go From Here? But I want to get started right away on having you look at the Encore presentations. We've had absolutely wonderful presenters who presented on healthy mind, body, and spirit. In mind, we have Patricia Matthew, a licensed marriage and family therapist, and Dr. Bruce Scott Riley. He is also a licensed marriage and family therapist. And in body, we have two medical doctors. We have Dr. Columbus Batiste and Dr. Monica Soni. And in spirit, we have Dr. Carmen Smith and Dr. Seth Pickens. We'll have a fitness break from one of our favorite presenters, Leonard Davis. Now let's join the program in progress. Enjoy. I'll see you back here later. Thank you.
That it sends ripples out into the universe, change ripples all over the world. And so we give thanks that the work done here today in this virtual space has repercussions all around the world, encouraging people to choose health in every area of their lives, through their habits, through their thoughts, through their feelings, through their behaviors, through their words, through their reactions. Thank you, Spirit. Thank you. I know you hear me when I pray. And so I just relax because I know that this fair is blessed and that it's going to be an amazing event. And so I put it in your hands and I watch and I see the glory exemplified through Dr. Sherry and all of the invited guests, in the name and through the power that's in the consciousness of Jesus the Christ. We affirm that this is so. And so it is.
Good afternoon, everybody. I am so glad to be here. And I greet you with hope and faith. I am glad to be part of this wellness fair. And I want to talk about what a healthy mind is and what the role of therapy can be on the individual as well as the collective consciousness. And by collective consciousness, I mean us together. So why don't we start by defining what therapy is? Therapy is the process in which the therapist and the client discuss a myriad of issues, events, experiences, and memories for the purpose of creating positive change so the client can experience life more fully. Therapy also provides an opportunity to better understand one's self, as well as identifying problems or difficulties that the client is experiencing or has experienced. Therapy is a tool. It is not magic. The therapist is trained in human behavior across cultural and ethnic populations. Why do we think what we think? Why do we feel what we feel? Why do we do what we do? Therapy is a safe, non-judgmental, non-blaming, non-shaming space. The space is filled with hope and empathy. The therapist is trained to understand the developmental stages of life, starting with childhood, understanding cultural, social norms and their societal expectations. We, all of us, are the sum total of all of our life experiences, consciously or unconsciously. We get information about ourselves from our parents, our siblings, family, community, church, media. They all give us some information about who we are. And we, in turn, create an opinion about who we are, about who others are, and how we show up in the world, how we move about in the world. In other words, we create a story or a narrative about who we are. We begin in therapy to examine our thoughts. Are the thoughts true? Where are they coming from? And how do they impact my life? Maybe we begin to challenge those thoughts and we reframe those thoughts so they're more helpful to us. We examine how we express our feelings. Are they helpful or hurtful to ourselves or others? And how do those feelings show up in our bodies? Our bodies hold our feelings. We learn how to regulate our feelings instead of reacting negatively. We examine the behaviors or the actions we take towards others or ourselves. Our mind holds the thoughts. Our body, our nervous system holds the feelings or sensations. Studies have shown that dramatic events are linked to greater activity in the brain areas that process fear and less activity in parts of the prefrontal cortex that processes reason. In other words, we can often make decisions out of fear rather than reason. What we think in our mind creates a feeling, and that feeling causes us to take an action or create a behavior. So the goal for all of us is to be healthy individuals. And what does that mean? A healthy individual has enough courage to stand up for themselves. That includes being honest with ourselves, being insightful, being willing to make changes, being mature, finding forgiveness, using our words to ask for what we want, asking for help, creating healthy boundaries, being objective and mindful of how we show up in the world, and knowing what do we give meaning to, things around us, the people around us. And as I say to my clients over and over, it is important to know what is my stuff and what is not my stuff to unpack. That is very, very important. Yes, and there still is a stigma about therapy. You must be crazy to go to therapy. Don't air your dirty laundry in public, or you might be embarrassed about some experience that you might have had. But in avoiding that, in avoiding getting the help that you need, you prevent yourself from getting help, and you keep reliving and continuing to suffer and limit your ability to evolve, to grow, and to express more of yourself and to enjoy life more. Therapy cannot solve all problems or all issues, but successful therapy can help you become stronger than the event or the experiences by increasing your coping skills and understanding of what we can and cannot control. For the past 4 months, we all have been affected, from the COVID pandemic to the murder of George Floyd, along with other people of color, the civil unrest taking place throughout this country. We all have experienced some emotional and psychological trauma, and as a result, the overwhelming and stressful events may have shattered your sense of security. You may have feelings of helplessness, having fear of the unknown, having loss of control, feeling isolated, feeling some anxiety, anger, triggering even past events, using maladaptive behavior, feeling overwhelmed, rage, and even feelings of revenge. Some of you may be experiencing some or all of those, and they are a normal response to trauma, and they vary in degrees from person to person. In March, we were all told to go home and stay home due to the pandemic. No contact with people, no contact with others other than the people you live with. No social interactions, no outdoor activities, no movies, no sports games, no going to church, gyms, bars, or malls. We were faced with the unknown, faced with isolation, loss of control, and fear of others. That trauma may have created a high degree of anxiety, loss of sleep, loss of appetite, overeating, confusion, difficulty concentrating, mood swings, and yes, even weird dreams and lack of motivation. For those who have to leave the house to go to work, that sets up another layer of concern for yourself and others. And many of us have had such difficulty wrapping our head around what is going on in this world with this unseen thing called COVID-19. And going through all of that, trying to figure it all out, we then experienced another trauma of a murdered man in May that led to social unrest, caused many to feel traumatized again. The recent murder of a Black man triggered the collective consciousness of all of us. Those of us who have and are experiencing racial aggressions, those who have found it uncomfortable to talk about racial aggressions, and those who may live in denial of such racial aggressions. And some who may be unaware that their interactions with others is unconscious racial aggression towards others who do not look like them. For those who lived these racial aggressions for years, for decades and generations, it triggered anger and it exploded into rage, causing a fight response, leading to all the marches and the protests. For those uncomfortable talking about racial injustices or in denial of having to examine the messages they receive from the others, are having to examine their own narrative that they created to avoid the flight response. I don't want to talk about it. It's over. It's done. Let's move on. And those who are in denial about racial aggressions have to resist the avoidance response. Well, maybe we can talk about something else. The collective consciousness, all of us have been shocked into the awareness, and now we have to ask hard and uncomfortable questions and be willing to hear the truth. We have been forced to have nationwide family therapy. We have to talk about the wrongs. We have to talk about the wounds. We have to talk about the bruises. We have to talk about the abuses. We have to talk about the silence that has created the injustices that have been perpetrated. And we have to talk about the injustices that have been suffered. What we have been taught about others is how we treat ourselves. We must talk about how the generational consciousness has been passed down to others and projected onto others. And much like individual therapy, it is uncomfortable. People want to drop out, go back to their lives and not examine the mindset that created these circumstances. If, like individual therapy, we can allow for awkward conversation and set the intent to be understand, to be understood, to be honest, and are willing to change, progress will and can be made. We are seeing the collective consciousness now shifting. And it's okay that it's not pretty. It's more important that it started and it continues. Humans often resist change because it requires internal work, sweat, and tears. And with all that has been going on these many months, that has triggered all of us in so many ways, how do we maintain a sense of well-being as we move through this unknown, this new inflexible normal that is constantly changing? There are some things that we can do. There are some things that we can control, and that is getting enough sleep. Restorative sleep improves our memory, stamina, and energy level. It improves our ability to learn and to concentrate. It improves our mood and general health. Nutritious food helps the body to maintain strength and clarity of mind. Sleep and food for your mind and body health are like oil and gas for your car. No matter how pretty it is on the outside, what matters is what is under the hood. Movement or some form of exercise helps the energy in your body to move and helps to increase your mood, helps to decrease depression, and you sleep better. Taking some quiet time for meditation, reflection, and deep breathing increases oxygen and has a calming effect. When we want to be comforted, we want to be with people to hold and to hug. And being denied that is another form of isolation. So we have to find ways to stay in touch with people, like Zoom, phone calls, keeping social distance from others, but maintaining a connection, like taking a walk together. These actions can maintain a sense of control and safety. Asking for help is not weakness. It indicates that you want to move from an uncomfortable place that is blocking health of mind, that impacts body and spirit, and evolve to a healthier, happier, grateful place. So you can show up in the world, take up space, speak your mind, and have healthy relationships with others. You know, the pages of our past have already been written and published, but the pages of tomorrow, 30 seconds from now, are still blank. We can fill them. I want you to be empowered for you to write your own story. It is important how you get information and where you get information from. Take care of yourself. God bless.
Well, it is a pleasure. It's a pleasure being part of this event, this health wellness fair. And I'm delighted to be able to talk to you today and to be able to share what I can to be of assistance to you, to your families, to those of you that are out there that are feeling challenged. Now, I feel humbled to have been invited. I've been doing a lot of work in and around the the South Bay area, as well as even in Riverside. They're at the detention center there, working with some of the people that have been involved in crimes and trying to, reorientate themselves into society. And it was a pleasure working there as well. And I've also worked with families with children on the autism spectrum, providing parenting classes to them. Now, what I found out is that, especially with clients that I see there in San Pedro, now I can see basically people from all over, virtually, which I think in some ways it's actually broadened things now that I'm able to talk to more people since we're using, virtual counseling. It's just allowed me to be able to talk to more people. And I'm excited about the opportunities to be able to help people. Now, I am a listener. I listen. I try not to talk too much. I found out that a lot of people, they really need to be heard. They've got a lot of things they want to share, and they need to be able to express it. And in some cases, a lot of people are frustrated because they're not being heard. And especially during this pandemic, some people are isolated. They're cut off. They don't have the same social connections as they've had in the past. So I'm finding that there's a lot of people that are experiencing a lot of anxiety and a lot of depression, and they need to be able to connect again and to talk. So some people, oddly enough, they just want to talk. They just got a lot of things on their mind and they need to talk. Now, for the most part, I utilize a cognitive behavioral therapy for the most part, which really means some people, they have a lot of faulty belief systems operating in their lives. And so when you have a lot of inappropriate information and you have a lot of illogical thinking, then it's going to lead to a lot of illogical conclusions. And so I'm there to help them to lay things out, to point out some of the red flags and some of the situations that have created some of the faulty thinking, and help them to readjust their thinking so that they can come to logical and appropriate solutions for their life. And of course, then thereby their lifestyle is going to be a lot more productive because they're thinking better. If I can get people to think better, then guess what? They're going to act better. Their families are going to be a lot more strengthened and productive. Now, because life happens, some people are experiencing a lot of things that they probably would not have ordinarily experienced. A lot of pressure, a lot of stress. And because of the fact that we're engaged in the midst of the coronavirus, then we know that there's job pressures, there are childcare issues. Unfortunately, we have a lot of women that are working full-time jobs from home, and now they're forced to take care of the children at home at the same time, and then be able to maintain their family structure is pressure. And a lot of people are running into a lot of difficulties because of the coronavirus. And so therefore the depression levels are increasing. In fact, 1/3 of Americans have reported that they've experienced greater degrees of stress and anxiety, according to the Census Bureau and the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention. So they're getting a lot of these reports. And also the domestic violence rates have increased because of the coronavirus and people having to be at home, men and husbands and wives being in closer proximity, along with the financial pressures, because understand, it's been told that 1/3 of the businesses will not reopen because of the pandemic. 1/3, and that's a lot. And also 55% of the businesses that either will not reopen or are opening up, 55% of them will not rehire the same workers. And so there's some people that are not going back to those same businesses. And so there's an increased use of alcohol, an increased use of drugs. And so that just creates a vacuum of disparity and frustration that in some cases it just blows up. It just blows up. And so we know then that because of the high depression rates and anxiety, in fact, compared to last year, there was only 11% of the population that reported that there were difficulties with depression or anxiety, compared to now 1/3 of US citizens are reporting that there are difficulties. Now, not that all of them are experiencing clinical depression, but they've experienced the feelings of sadness or frustration, loneliness, things that could lead to it, or disparities in having a reasonable social life. Because, let's face it, we're social creatures. And when you don't have those same creature comforts and social outlets, like I miss going to the movies. I miss going to the movies. But, now we're watching more on television and looking at video stations and playing video games and looking at some of the video channels. And so that's a part of it. Now, also, I know that there was a question about suicide rates as it pertains to African Americans. I noticed that I'm looking at Dr. Alvin Poussaint's study from the Harvard Medical School that between 1980 and 1995, that the suicide rate among Black men doubled, nearly 8 deaths per 100,000 people. And suicide now is the third leading cause of death among Black men between the ages of 15 and 24. But also a CNN report stated between 1991 and 2017, the rate of reported suicide attempts of African American teens rose, especially the rate among Black boys. And according to a study published Monday in the Medical Journal of Pediatrics, the rate for Black youths grew even as the rate of suicide attempts by teens and other racial and ethnic groups fell. So the suicide attempt among blacks is even increasing. And you notice that because of some areas where there is increased poverty and increased crime, increased stress, then that's just, that's just exacerbating the situation even more so. In fact, it was found that Black children ages 5 to 12, the suicide rate was found to be 2 times higher compared to white children. And so that's astronomical, because the children, in fact, a lot of my clients that I've talked to that have children, in fact, some of the children that I've talked to, they are just basically climbing up the wall, and the parents don't seem to have enough, available activities for them. And so they're not as creative as they probably should be in some cases, but some of the creativity has been affected by the increased stress that the parents are experiencing. And so I just wanted to bring that out to you. And so, yes, I'm talking with a lot of parents, a lot of clients that are experiencing depressive symptoms and anxiety. And in fact, if they can just talk it out, they usually come to some good conclusions. If they can just talk it out, and then we try to steer them in the right direction and utilize the kinds of interventions that's going to help them out the most. And Jay Adams wrote a book a few years ago that it was called Ready to Restore. Ready to Restore. And great book, by the way, and I utilized that at the Enon Bible School, teaching some of the students there in counseling. And it proved to be a very useful tool to me. And some of the things that I garnered from it, as well as looking into it myself, basically is in Galatians 6:1 in the Message Bible, the scripture says, "Live creative, friends. If someone falls into sin, forgivingly restore him, saving your critical comments for yourself. You might be needing forgiveness before the day is out." And so understand this, that among the African American or the faith community or the African American community, it's usually been frowned upon to seek out therapeutic services. It's something that has been portrayed as something that it's weak. A man is weak if he goes and seeks out counseling. But you know what? People go to the doctor. They go to the hospitals. If they're not feeling well, they'll seek out, they'll seek out people that can help them with their physical problems. Why not with their emotional problems? And so we are here to be able to assist people who are struggling with their challenges, not just depression and anxiety, but a myriad of other situations, marital difficulties, relational problems, parent-child issues. But we want to be able to let people know that interventions and assistance and help and a listening ear is very critical to the word restoration. In fact, that's what we do. The best part of counseling or therapy is to restore people, to get them back to the place where they were functioning well, where they got results, where they were more happier and more content with themselves. And so I want to be able to help people even from a biblical perspective, but even if they're not Christians, as we see it, our role is to help people be restored, to get them back to a place where they can function and get results and lead a more happier life. And so when that word was written in the Greek, it basically addressed several areas that people were dealing with, even looking at it metaphorically, where we have the disciples with torn nets, and they weren't able to bring in fish if their nets, the nets that they would hurl out into the ocean and gather fish, if their nets were torn, then those nets need to be restored or put back in place. Also, you got the situation where If something is broken, of course, there would be a work of restoring that which was broken. Or if, in the case of the woman that lost the coin, she lost one of her coins in her house, and she was desperate for getting people to help her find that lost coin. It's about restoring or bringing back that money, putting things back in place. And so whether it's a torn net, whether it's a broken vessel or a broken arm, or even that which has been lost, it's all about restoring. And there are a lot of people whose lives have been torn. Things have been broken in their relationships. And also they got losses. People experience a lot of losses. And so what we try to do is restore them. And so think about it. If it's a relationship that has been torn, we try to repair it, to put that relationship back in place, to get those individuals, whether it be couples or whether it be a family, we try to get them to see that which has been torn apart, and we try to help them heal it. We try to get them to see what they need to do to make things better. So we get into a process of reconciliation, being able to restore, put things back, put forgiveness back in place, put loving kindness back in place, put affection back in place. Even if it's something that has been broken, try to reset it. If an arm's been broken, of course, the doctors try to reset it. And so as a therapist, we try to reset the relationships, reset the communication, making sure that everything is back in place. And if something's been lost, a lot of times people have experienced losses, and they have difficulties being able to see how their life can go on despite that loss. We try to get them to see the fact that you have not just lost. Look what you gained from that individual's life. Look at what this individual contributed to your own personal happiness. And so we try to get them not to remove that person from their thoughts, but to be able to appreciate the fact that they had someone in their lives that loved them for a period of time. And see, we know the Lord gives and the Lord takes away. We try to get them to enjoy what they had, not to groan or to moan or to grieve as much about what they lost. And we know that's a difficult time for everybody. And so no one likes to lose, but in order to be restored back to healthy living, there's got to be a healthy appreciation for life, and even to be able to see the benefits of what one has lost. And so it's all about now restoration, restoring love, restoring joy, restoring a sense of purpose. And so during this time of pandemic, many people feel like they've lost control. That's right. They feel like somebody else is in control of their lives, and they don't like it. They don't like it. So it's going to take a lot of patience to be able to get people to know, yes, you need to practice social distancing. Yes, you need to keep your mask on. And though you may feel it's a loss of your liberties, it's actually bringing you back to liberty, because it takes cooperation. It takes a lot of obedience. It takes a lot of teamwork. And so we want to help people. And generally what we try to do, as I prepare to conclude, is to be able to give people tools so that they can be able to restore their life back to a place of good solutions and good reactions and good family and good marriages and good friendships, and even just dealing with being disconnected during these difficult times. And so here's a couple of tips that I usually give for some of my clients in helping them to relieve feelings of depression or anxiety, and to basically kind of keep their perspective. One, maintain your daily habits. Whatever you've been used to doing, you want to get back to maintaining those daily habits, those routines, because routines bring security. And be consistent with those daily routines. Stick with your goals. And so you have goals. In essence, no, you need to go back to school. I know it's difficult being able to study online, but don't let breaks operate and cause you to lose your consistency in going towards your goals. Stay connected with your family and friends. Do not isolate. Don't isolate. So many people, they don't have big families, and some people they're by themselves. You may need to call some people that aren't connected with a family, and that helps them, but it also helps you because, touching other people's lives is like sowing seeds of love. It's going to come back to you. Take care of your personal health, including 30 minutes, at least 30 minutes of exercise, and it causes your body to release endorphins, getting that natural high. And we know that there's so much more that we can do to help ourselves by taking care of our personal health, self-care. Take care of yourself. Take time to rest. We encourage that. Now people have an opportunity to rest more. In some cases, you're not having to drive to work. Some people are going back to work. I know that. And then there are still a lot of people that are operating and doing their businesses at home, and that's good. And so do things in moderation. Make sure you do things in moderation. Have a simple to-do list. Don't overload yourselves and thereby have to deal with a lot of stress of trying to do too many things at one time. Keep your plate small. Right? Demonstrate gratitude to other people that have helped you. There's a lot of love going around right now. Do your share, and also share gratitude to those people that have helped you. Keep your appointments. Any appointments you make, don't allow what goes on social media, what's going on CNN, the news can depress you. And so you may need to change up, watch some comedies, and take a bike ride and do some things that take you away from looking at the pandemic. And so you want to do that. But also journaling is important to be able to identify your good times and knowing that there are good times going on, even though there may be bad times going on as well. You need to have some balance. That's very important. Reject negative thoughts about yourself and others. Many times, some people, they want to call you and tell you all the bad news, everything that's going wrong in the world. But there's some good things going on too. It's important to know that there's still people helping people. People are coming out of the hospitals, they're being healed, they're being helped, and there are good books being written. People are redeveloping their goals and their activities. Great things are happening. So you want to be a part of that. Do something fun every day. Do something fun every day. That's right. Do some things at home. Do some things outside. Go out and shoot baskets. Don't take on too many chores or challenges. Spend time with positive people. Spending time with positive people will make a difference. And also find and use a mentor. That's right. There are mentors that can help you to stay focused as well. And so celebrate this day. Mindfulness meditation is also helpful. Mindfulness meditation, that is to meditate on the things that are great, good, wonderful, positive. I am delighted to have spent this time with you. And I want you to know that I look forward to being able to help other people. And that's one of my great joys, in being able to help people to sort things out and get back to a restorative life and to find happiness. Thank you all so much for your time. I appreciate you very much.
Our greatest gift I can give to my kids is the gift of knowledge, the gift of health. So in that way, I can transform their epigene, that trigger, that light switch, that trigger that's going to determine, do they have to have disease or not? This does not have to be your story. And it's not to tell you that you're going to live forever, that there's never going to be an end. There's a beginning and an end, but the question is, how are those final chapters going to be written in your book?
Slave food is food that was refused by those in power. It's the stuff nobody else wanted that the slave then had to figure out a way to make taste good and to try and sustain life on.
It's the manipulation of nutrition for profit and for power.
Slave food is really about answering that really quintessential question. Why do Black people in America die sicker and sooner than everyone else?
The most common habit really is processed food, of eating food. They use food essentially as a way of de-stressing, of anti-anxiety or antidepressants, how food is really now used in order to kind of medicate to get a sense of feeling better.
So, I mean, it's well documented that the majority of diseases that people of color suffer from are directly related to what they eat, right? We know that. So, on the converse, we can combat them by what we eat.
Every 7 minutes, there's a premature death. Pretty staggering. It's overwhelming that we are dying sicker and sooner than everyone else at these rates.
Why does this happen? From the idea of stress, it can be life stressors, but also the idea really about this unique idea of a racial discriminatory stress that plays an impactful role in the manifestation of disease.
Stress is powerful because stress is something you feel on a very 30,000 foot level, like an airplane up in the sky, but it manifests itself on a cellular level. So you feel it macroscopically, but it actually manifests microscopically. But food is important because food is the only way you can actually reverse that stress.
In terms of the African American experience and African American community, really it dates back to the origin, Western Africa, and that sojourn over into Americas, inside the Caribbean, inside of South America, that middle passage that was there where food had to be rationed. Food was a method of power. Slave food that's been processed, chemically modified in order to get the greatest bliss point or engagement.
The food swamp is flooding our neighborhoods with calories. That's really the swamp. It's a swamp of nutrient poor, calorie dense, low cost foods in areas where people don't make a lot of money. So you go into poor neighborhoods and there's no grocery store, no real grocery store that's clean and produce is fresh and it's replaced on a very regular basis. Everything we eat, every time we eat, is an investment in our longevity, in our health. It either is making you healthier or it's making you sicker.
African Americans, globally, specifically in the United States, have this sense that my mom had it, my dad had it. I'm not gonna live to a certain age. I'm gonna get diabetes. I'm going to have a stroke. I'm gonna have it. And so it's destiny. And what I want folks to know is that it's not destiny. Your DNA is not your destiny.
It's good to be here. I am so appreciative of the opportunity. At every instance, when I have an opportunity to speak on the benefits of nutrition, the benefits of health that can transform lives, I'm always excited. I have family who tell me, if you want to see me smile, let me go ahead and start talking about how you can transform your life. And so I'm very pleased to be here today. Let's go ahead and put up the video and we'll jump into, or rather the PowerPoint, let's jump into our brief talk today. All right. Very good. So, 2020 has been extremely interesting. And it's uncovered a lot. We started with the unfortunate passing of Kobe Bryant, the Laker legend. And it seemed like everything went downhill quickly ever since then, as this virus seemed to spread across China into Europe and into the United States, sweeping and impacting all of us. And the one thing that it uncovered quickly and distinctly is really the problem in America, which is our health disparities. What we know beyond a shadow of a doubt as Americans is that nearly 60% of us have chronic disease, and 40% have two or more chronic diseases. And what we mean by chronic diseases are things like diabetes and high blood pressure, high cholesterol, heart attacks and strokes are the things that we know. And we begin to transform our lives from revolving around activities and social events to doctor visits and to pills and taking things. And so coronavirus distinctly uncovered that the death toll in America is faster than in other areas, that our occurrence of the infection has been much higher in the United States compared to European nations, that as a matter of fact, we're dying sicker and sooner than everyone else around the country. And it's shown distinctly that despite all of our expertise, our prowess in technology, the life expectancy of Americans compared to other industrialized countries is amongst the poorest in the world. What it's shown too as well is that we spend more money on healthcare, despite trailing at the bottom in terms of our health outcomes. Not only that, as I mentioned before, we have the highest burden of chronic disease when you look at the United States across the board. That our rate of obesity, I mean big bonedness, is a bit higher. And I'll get back to that because that's extremely important when we look at this issue surrounding COVID and SARS-CoV concerns that are hitting us too as well, that we have amongst the highest rates. We know that amongst deaths that are avoidable, meaning that we know 80% of chronic disease, diabetes, kidney failure, strokes, and heart attacks are preventable. Nearly 40% of cancers are preventable through our actions. Are as powerful that we suffer with some of the most preventable or avoidable diseases across the United States. Despite our treatments, we have some of the poorest outcomes. We don't seem to get the quality treatment that happens. Now, here's the catch, is that not only do we have the poorest outcomes, these things are impacting us early on, and it's shortening what we characterize as our health span. So oftentimes I meet folks and they say, Doc, I'm not afraid of dying. You live and you're born and you die. It's how I live in between. But what I'm here to tell you is that it's about that health span. How long are you living unchained from medications, unchained from procedures, not revolving your daily schedule around the doctor's visit? And what we're finding is that we see there's a profoundly early onset of disease is what happens in this country. And as a result of this, there is nearly a 15, 16-year shortening of our healthy years of life lived. I mean, when I look back on my dad, this is coming up on 10 years since my father passed away from diabetes, a lifestyle preventable disease. What I know is that although his life ended at the age of 78, his health span ended markedly before that, many years before that, nearly 20 years before that time, as he was chained to needles and syringes and pills and things of that nature. And so COVID-19 2020 has really uncovered America's dirty little secret, but that's not America's dirty little secret about health, about the issues of the healthcare crisis in America. America's dirty little secret is really health disparities. Health disparities, as it's really struck people of Black and brown complexion, it's brought to the forefront that we are suffering at greater rates than everyone else around us, is what it's showing. As a matter of fact, what we know is that if you're African American, if you're of Latino descent, you're more likely to die of heart disease, 50% more likely to die from heart disease. You're more likely to die from any cause at an early age if you're Black or brown, that you're unable to afford seeing a doctor. Now, oftentimes inside of medicine training, you kind of just take this as fact. And we see that across the states, when you look at actuarians, that we see that African Americans, Black and brown individuals are more likely to die from treatable causes across all 50 states in the Union. We're dying sicker and sooner than everyone else. But the question I ask today is why? This is what led to the development of the concept of slave food. Why is it that Black and brown people die sicker and sooner? Is it because we're destined to this? Is it because we're somehow genetically positioned towards this? The answer is no. There is a simple, distinct answer as to why, and that falls in the realm of stress. We know that stress is distinctly and uniquely related to the onset of disease. Now, stress impacts all of us, and we can characterize stress within our presentation inside of our budding docu-series by my colleague Eric Walsh says stress equals demands minus resources. Now, you may be able to equate to this if you have children to pick up at 3 o'clock, when this is pre-COVID, of course, but yet you don't get off work until 5. The demands exceed the resources. If your bills are $1,000, but yet the paycheck coming in is $800, your demands exceed your resources, and there goes your stress. It's what we know beyond a shadow of a doubt. And so we know that stress equals demands minus resources, and that this equates to disease. The higher the stress levels, the higher the occurrence of breast cancer, coronary artery disease. Now, here's the catch. People of Black and brown hue have a unique stressor. That unique stressor is being Black in America. It's wearing and carrying this Black and brown skin, and studies have shown that racism is indeed a stressor, that racial discrimination is a stress. And this is what 2020 has really uncovered the travesties of discrimination. How does this equate to health? We know that as a result of stress, that even if you perceive discrimination. You perceive it, right? That 48% of women were more likely to develop breast cancer. That if you perceive stress, we all remember the story of Oprah Winfrey going and shopping and asking to see, can I see that purse? And the attendant said, no, you cannot. You cannot afford it. She said, I'm Oprah. She didn't say I'm Oprah Winfrey, but she said, I know, let me see the purse. I want to buy it. You can't afford it. She made assumptions based on the color of her skin. And those microaggressions, they lay the foundation for cracks and ruin that lead to disease. And studies have confirmed this, showing that individuals who experience emotional stressors related to racial discrimination are increased risk of blocked carotid arteries, blockages, and calcification in their coronary arteries, leading to their heart. But not only that, shorten what we call telomeres. Now, telomeres are like the ends of your shoelaces, only present on your DNA. And as those shoelaces begin to shorten and shorten and shorten, what we find out is that there goes your lifespan. And so what studies are showing and are confirming that individuals of color who are under increased heightened stress have very shortened telomeres. There's actually a study that came out and showed that teen young African-American women had telomeres the same length as Caucasian women in their midlife who suffered with breast cancer from those who are under the stressors of life. And so there's power. And so the higher our stress, the poorer our health. And some estimate that this is essentially like a plane crashing to the ground on a daily basis. It's the loss of lives, which results in billions of dollars every 7 minutes. A Black or brown person in America dies, and we say, why? Well, the issue is, in part, we say that all roads lead back to the heart. All roads lead back to a cause of why is this happening. Stress impacts the lining of our vessels. Stress impacts us so profoundly that you have these vessels, which are like water hoses that you buy from your local gardening store. Could be Walmart, could be Lowe's, could be Home Depot. And when you press on that water hose, it compresses, doesn't it? But let's say you leave it out in the Sahara Desert baking and seething there, that rubber pipe becomes stiff. It's no longer pliable, and so it's rigid, and that's what we call arteriosclerosis. And when that area becomes invaded, right, it's clogged and cluttered like the pipes in your home. That's called atherosclerosis. That inner lining is called the endothelium, and that protects the body. And what we find is that once there's dysfunction there, it leads to devastation throughout the body. And as a matter of fact, researchers have shown this is one of the avenues that leads to the coronavirus attacking us. It's through the vascular system. It's through the receptors. And this is perhaps one of the reasons why children are less as pronounced with coronavirus as adults are, but we're seeing it more exceptionally higher in older individuals. We're seeing it inside people with high blood pressure, with heart disease, with strokes, and with obesity is what we're seeing. And so there's power that's there that to harm us. When there is dysfunction there, it leads to everything from the head to the toe is what we see on a regular basis. But what I want you to know, this can seem overwhelming. It can seem as if all hope is lost. And so what's so powerful about events like this is that it's important for you to know that your DNA is not your destiny. You see, it was back in the 1990s that there were these experts out there, these researchers who started playing around with these rats. I hate rats. And my family knows I hate rats. You want to see me not act manly, bring a rat around. And so these rats were big and they were yellow and they were prone towards obesity, prone towards diabetes and cancer. And they started feeding these rats, experimenting with vegetables and with beans and with garlic. And all of a sudden, these big rats that always gave birth to big rats that were yellow and prone towards the disease, all of a sudden gave birth to small, thin rats. They gave birth to small rats that were brown and no longer yellow. And that birthed the concept of epigenetics, the concept that your DNA is not your destiny. It does not have to be your destiny. So what we say is we say our health equals our resiliency divided by our stress. And so the events like this are tied to building your resiliency to amplify your health. Because when most of us become stressed, what do? We turn to sweets. We get frustrated. We may go out on a double date with someone called Ben and Jerry's. And in an instance, it's because stressed equals dessert spelled backwards. It's a palindrome. It's a reflection of what many of us do as the day wears on, our willpower dissipates, and we turn to things for temporary treatment, right? We value that as rich in resources to augment the demands, but it's fake. It's fool's gold. It's not providing you with resources, and we create an environment what I characterize as nutritional stress. Eating foods, it's eating disease-forming foods, but it's also not eating health-promoting foods, which is really the key towards things. Our health is indeed tied to our resiliency. And what we know is we know that when we oftentimes think for choices, we have choices, but our tables look like this. They're filled with highly processed, refined foods. The greatest enemy is not the enemy as it pertains to eating Mediterranean versus paleo versus plant-based or anything. The greatest enemy is the standard American diet. Some call the deadly American diet, right? And so what I want you to know today is that the food we eat impacts your health. The food that you eat can impact your health. It can restore your DNA. It can regenerate your cells. It can feed this layer of uncovered microbes in your body. We call it the microbiome. You're actually more bacterial DNA than you are human DNA. For many of us, we didn't know that. And these bacteria can either arm to fight disease for us, or they can turn on us and destroy us. And so the foods we eat, our mindset, our activities can either strengthen or refute those things. What studies have shown is that when individuals go and they partake of eating real food, whole food, fruits and vegetables, things that are identifiable by singular ingredients, broccoli and kale and spinach and blueberries, beans and grains, those things of that sort. What they found is that the vessels, which formerly were starting to get, remember I described to you how those vessels can become stiff and rigid and no longer compressible? Well, those vessels begin to relax by transforming their diet, and they begin to become distensible again, which means that they begin to become protective as there was restoration to what we call the endothelial cells. Studies have shown that as you moved away from eating rich animal fat, one of the things we talk about in the Slave Food Project is we speak about the food back from a historical connotation was refuse, food that was no longer wanted, food that was cast off, was given to the slaves back in that time. But the one thing that's never really brought out very much about that time period is how resilient we were as a group of people. That not only did we make something out of nothing out of the food that was given to us and cast off, but we also grew food. We knew how to grow the vegetables and the fruit to augment and to supplement this. And so when studies have shown when you move away from eating these highly saturated fat foods, which are contained in animal products, that all of a sudden, guess what happens? Those vessels begin to become distensible. They improve in their function too as well. Studies have shown that overall, when you compare people who eat any and everything to those who eat mostly plants, rich in fruits and vegetables, that's biblical, right? You go back to Genesis 1:29. If you go into the restoration diet of the Daniel diet, we know that when you partake of that, all of a sudden there's restoration of your mind, body, and spirit that begins to happen. And we see this, that as you begin to move and walk and commune and meditate, that all of a sudden now we see these vessels begin to become distensible. They improve in their functionality. As a matter of fact, there's so much power. But here's the key. It's not all or none. Studies have shown as you begin to move from the orange bar down to the green bar, as you begin to move from eating any and everything down to a plant predominant diet, all of a sudden the diabetes begins to dissipate. That as you begin to move from eating any and everything down to a plant predominant diet, the blood pressure begins to lower. As you begin to move from eating any and everything down to a plant predominant diet, the cholesterol levels and the sources of inflammation begin to dissipate. There's power in your choices of what you make. Studies have shown that when we partake of these foods, rich from the earth, powerful, that cross the land, that we know from all of the most long-lived individuals across the world, they're called blue zones. There's only one in North America, that's in Loma Linda, California. The others are in Greece and Italy and Japan, Okinawa, Japan. It centers around a plant-predominant diet, and when you partake of that, studies have shown 82% of individuals in a study were shown to improve the blood flow to their heart. That means you don't need docs like me who put in stents. You don't need docs like me who are giving you pills, but you need to take on the mantle of changing your diet and changing your lifestyle, because there's power that can happen there. There's not only that, turning our attention back to COVID real quick, we know beyond a shadow of a doubt, there was a study that showed that when you eat broccoli sprouts, something so simple and unique that it empowers your immune system. Something we call the T killer cells begin to activate, and they are your first line of defense to stop the coronavirus, to stop all the immune. And this was tested inside the influenza virus, and there's power that's there. Studies have shown that when you look at something called quercetin is a component found as far as in the skin of like many of your fruit, your apples and your elderberry, and in some of the other green leafies too as well, that there's so much power in the things that oftentimes we shave off and we cast away. There's a growing science and research that's happening that tells us that the foods that we have are for our healing. The tree is for our healing. The tree of life, the fruits of life are there for us. Not only that, we look at things like zinc. Zinc is contained inside of our grains, our beans, and our legumes, our tofu and the soybeans. That there's power. The zinc begins to heighten the function of the immune system. It's what you need in order to mount an attack against the viruses, against these assailants, because guess what? We're in a constant battle against wellness versus illness. And it takes intentional efforts on a day in and day out basis becomes important. I want to encourage you, and there's others who are going to chat on this a bit more, but you have to move. I'm going to be a heretic, and so those who are coming after me, don't stone me now, but I'm going to tell you, don't worry about exercising, but worry about moving. Walk a little bit more, climb a little bit more, stand up a little bit more, engage in something we call neat, get neat with it. Non-exercise activity thermogenesis. Studies have shown as if you just walk around on the phone, if you're standing up while you're cooking, you're burning calories, you're improving your immune system, you're decreasing the inflammation. There's power that's there. Lastly, I'm going to tell you in this society right now, with all of COVID, with everything happening, we're speaking about social distancing. I want to tell you, don't socially distance, but physically distance to stop the spread. Because when you maintain your social network, studies have shown that you can decrease the likelihood of succumbing to the effects of a viral infection, that you're less likely to manifest symptoms when you have a high social network. When you have a poor or low social network, when you're depressed, it increases the likelihood towards illness. That when your stress increases, that there goes the likelihood of you catching a cold, of you having these issues that are there. So these are the important things. So I only have a short time with you today, but I wanted to give you a teaser of the power that's before you, that God's put before you, that science has backed up and shown us that there's power in the food to transform our body. But here's the catch I want to leave you with. There's many out there who may say, Doc, I know this already. I heard that already, but knowing is not enough. We must apply. Willing is not enough. We must do. You have to commit to doing it. It's not about money. There's no financial incentive by me telling you to eat healthfully, but for the love of my community to say that we have to transform. We have to be better than what we were before. We have to get selfish. This is not common. People don't like saying this in the church. They don't like it when I say it in my church, but we have to get selfish. What do I mean by selfish? I want you to get into be spiritual, mindful, right? It can restore your mind. It can go ahead and strengthen your willpower when you engage. I told you I didn't like exercise, but the E stands for exercise. I want you to get active. That's what it means, is be intentional, track your steps, get a partner, go forward. The L stands for love, choosing to love instead of hate. Right now, it's so easy to focus on hateful thoughts, but choosing that way becomes important. The F stands for food, real food, whole food, as I just outlined. The I stands for intimacy. It could be with a dog, it could be with a friend, it could be with anyone, a cat. You have an intimate relationship. It's been shown to be restorative. That's there. S, the second S stands for sleep. So many of us suffer with poor sleep. We don't get enough sleep, which heightens our stress hormone cascade. And the H lastly stands for humor. Get happy, laugh a little bit. I ask patients all the time, tell me the last thing you did that made you laugh. What's the last thing you did to help you get selfish? You have to get selfish. They tell us on the airplane, they tell us all the time, put your oxygen mask on, then help the person next to you. Get selfish. help yourself and help others. For more information, I encourage you, follow us. Go to slavefood.org. Follow us at Slave Food on Facebook or on YouTube at Slave Food Project. We have more information for you there. We're constantly giving lectures as we prepare really to launch into making this a worldwide phenomenon to help people change their lives. Thank you so much for having me.
So thank you for that wonderful introduction. I'm thrilled to be here with you. I am the body aspect of this health fair, and I wanted to give a little bit of the backdrop. On the very bottom is a very disturbing statistic. You can actually see that African American women have the highest rates of getting their pap smears done, but actually have also the highest death rates adjusted per population despite that. Again, connecting to the structural issues in place in our health systems, from an environmental perspective, educational systems, every aspect. I know we're going to talk more about the mind aspect, so I'll defer to our other panelists, but here you can see the breakdown of by race and ethnicity, risk of depression and current depression. Again, disparities. Similarly, colorectal cancer rates, disparities. Here I want to show you the causes of death on the left side, and then leading causes of premature death as defined as death under 75 years of age. Generally, these trends are similar across populations, so heart disease and stroke and cancer tend to be the top reasons. Breakdown by group sex. For the leading cause of premature death in Black men is homicide. I find that just staggering. I've been asked to speak a bit about COVID as well and the disparities within the pandemic. And I highlight in the yellow, this is the age-adjusted rate per 100,000 population. So you can see here, Native Hawaiian and Pacific Islander have the highest death rate. It's a relatively small population comparatively in a small N, so small number of patients where that data was collected. But African Americans in Los Angeles, this is Los Angeles specific data, have the highest death rate from COVID. When you look at poverty level, you see here again, the higher the rate of poverty, the more likely you are to die from this infection. So again, it's not just something biochemical or biologic, it's the structural issues in place that facilitated the pandemic spread and the disparate outcomes. What are some of the risk factors for more severe illness from COVID? So people who are older, this is defined as greater than 65, who live in nursing homes or other congregate situations. Younger populations, obesity is the number one risk factor, which is endemic in our African American community. So to me, one of the most important things to talk about when we can't overnight undo the structure and true mortality is our personal agency. So we're not out of the woods yet, right? We have many, many months to go before we see the numbers drop for COVID. And again, this disproportionately affects our communities and people are dying disproportionately in our communities. So we need to be the ones to own this. Masks at all times, hand washing. You know, I often will see the trend of wearing gloves out, but if you touch something and then you touch your face and you touch your phone and you're wearing that same pair of gloves, you have spread the germs all over. So unless you're going to take off your gloves every time after you leave the house, it's better to hand wash than it is to wear gloves. Keeping distance when able. Really, this is from the CDC website. Cruise travel is just off of the table. It's one of the scariest places to be if somebody is COVID positive. and non-essential air travel as well. Continuing your meds, making sure you have a sufficient supply of your meds, and working with your provider to make sure you have what you need is critically important. Making sure your vaccinations are up to date. So we will be heading into the flu season shortly. This is not going to be one of those flu seasons where this is negotiable. Everybody needs to get their flu shot. Flu and COVID are going to overlap this fall, and people are going to die. Don't wait to get care if you need it. So the hospitals are prepared to make sure that you don't get any infection from healthcare workers or others. It is safer in the hospital than it is often at your grocery store. So please, if you feel like you have something that is affecting your health, don't delay. We're seeing numbers of heart attacks and strokes go down. That is not because I think people are not getting heart attacks and strokes. It's because I believe it's happening and people are not coming to get care. We'll see the consequences of this in another 6 to 12 months, unfortunately. The other critical part of having personal agency is our own bodies, right? Keeping our bodies as healthy as we can, mitigating the risks that we see put you at a more higher likelihood of having morbidity or mortality from COVID. So 30 minutes of cardio, 5 times a week. Are you walking every day? Are you doing the stairs in your house? Are you parking as far as you can away from the door of the grocery store and doing that extra stretch? All of that counts. All of that helps. Working towards having a healthy weight, that is defined as a body mass index for us. Soda and beer and alcohol, these are things we need to be cutting out and limiting. Nicotine in any form is damaging to our bodies and to your lung health. And COVID-19 is primarily a respiratory disease. Despite it being legal, marijuana is an inhalant if you're smoking it, right? That is bad for your lungs. Again, thinking about your respiratory health. Making smart dietary choices. So fried foods, sweets, salt, those are all things that have downstream effects for us. And a Mediterranean diet is really the healthier diet to be trying to work towards. Fruits and veggies, whole grains, healthy fats. I wanted to share some of the statistics because I think it's so important that we just know the facts about this and work in the same ways that Dr. Smith and Dr. Matthew are going to talk about dismantling the structural pieces while also having personal agency. It is important that we own what we can own and take care of our bodies and our families' bodies as well, and keep the toxins out of our bodies. That is really the only way we're going to be able to combat things like COVID and other infections that are for sure going to come. This is, we live in a global environment, and with travel and just the way that the world is set up now, an infection or a virus that starts in one place of the world is guaranteed to spread to other parts. So we need to actually make sure that we treat our bodies like temples and keep them as healthy as we can. I know there'll be time for questions later, so I'll stop there.
So I would like to dedicate this song to you all, and we're gonna still keep it moving. The first thing what we're gonna start doing is working on the feet. We start from the bottom, let's go to the top. So what I want you to do, if you're sitting in the chair, and if you got a chance to do it and you're not really, if you're not dressed comfortably, all we're gonna do is do some leg raises, or we're gonna do some marching, like one foot up, then the other. So you're gonna step up, down, up, down, up, down, up, down, and up, down. Keep it going, keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. All right, now what we're gonna do now is stop in the middle. Now we're gonna take the leg over to the right, then we're gonna go over to the left, or either one side, then the other side. So here we go. One side, other side, switch, 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 and switch, switch, and switch, switch, and stop. Back to the middle. Okay, wonderful. You're looking good out there. And what I want you to do now, we're gonna go heel, toe, to the right side or to the left side. So we're gonna go with that motion where you're gonna be working the ankle. So once again, we're gonna go middle. All right, here we go. Heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, one side. Heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, other side. Heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, one side. Heel, toe, heel, toe, heel, toe, other side. Back to the middle. Here we go, back to the middle. Okay, now what we're gonna do now, we're gonna lift the feet up, lift the legs up. We're gonna go out with the feet and come back into the center. So when I say up, out, here we go. Up, out, back in, up, out, back in, up, out, back in, up, out, back in. Keep it going, keep it going. Let's keep it going, keep it going, keep it going. Yes, 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 yes. Out, in, out, in, out, in, out, in. Back to the middle and stop. All right, now we're gonna bring one foot forward and one foot back. All right, here we go. Switch, 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 and stop. Back to the middle. Wonderful, wonderful. Take a deep breath. Breathe in that wonderful gift that God has given us, that wonderful power that's in that breath. Get it all in you. And as you exhale, send that energy from the top of the head down to the tip of the toes, especially giving energy to those muscles that play a part on those movements, rejuvenating, strengthening, energizing. Okay, we're moving on up now. We're moving on up. Let's start with the hands. Get the hands out there, facing with each other. Now let's go up over the head. And you can touch them together, or either if you want to cross over like this and then bring them up, you get an extra stretch. Once again, if you had any kind of surgery, any kind of operation on the shoulders or whatever, always check before you do it or think about for when we're doing this. But most of these moves is nice and calm and easy. But if you had any extra surgeries or any surgeries on these areas that's going to work with the joints, just make sure you check with the doctor, says it's okay to do. All right, let's lean to one side. As we exhale, keep the arms together. Keep the arms straight as you can. Coming back to the middle. All right, let's go to the other side now. Nice and easy. Very, very good. Come on back up to the middle. One more time. Let's go forward now. Forward just a little bit. Now let's go back to the middle. Now let's lean back a little bit. Lean back a little bit. All right, and now back to the middle. And let's bring those hands down. Very good, very good. Shake those arms a little bit. Okay, we're still working on the arms now. Grab each elbow, get them out in front of you. If you grab each elbow, once again, this name of this class is your healing time. So you go at your own pace, you go at your own, you challenge your own self, and you the judge on if you think you can do this or not. And once again, this caution is only for those who had surgeries that may affect, these areas. What we're gonna do now, we're gonna take an elbow and we're going to pull it to one side. Just pull it nice and easy as you exhale all the way to one side. Oh, you feel that stretched up there in that shoulder part on that area over there? Okay, let's go to the other side now. All the way over. All the way over. Hold it there. Okay, back to the middle. Very good. Let's take it up now. A little bit over the head. A little bit over the head. Wonderful. Let's go back down all the way to the hip. Just let it set there. Okay, once again, back over the head and down. Up and down. Very good. And up and down. All right, very good. Now, let's bring your arms out now. These are some mind exercises, what we're getting ready to do here. These mind exercises is here to let you know how where your mind is receiving the orders that you give it, coming from the brain or whatever you might be listening to. Once again, you got to make sure you stay focused. And all what you have to do in order to succeed in this exercise is to pay attention. How well is your attention span? So let's pay attention. Arms out. Do as you told, as your parents used to tell you when you were little kids. Look, do what I tell you. All right, not as I do, but do what I tell you. All right, here we go. Close them hands. Open, close, open, close, open. Now, who told y'all to do that? Did I tell you to close? See that? Another chance at it. Here we go. Open, close. Now, who told y'all to do that? Oh, I see y'all need some practicing. You need some practicing, so I ain't gonna bug you. Just keep that in your head that you on later on, you got to do this. Practice it. Do it with your neighbors. Do it with your children. Do it while you're just sitting up in the chair. You can't do it yourself. You got to be doing it with somebody else. So, but here's another mind exercise. Flip them over. Hold them out, hands out, flip them over, flip them up. Flip them over, flip them up. Flip them over, flip them up. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Y'all don't think I saw that, but I did. All right, once again, this is another mind exercise for you to practice on. All right, we're gonna get up a little bit. For those who is on the floor who can stand up, this is the exercise that's good for you as well. This is a mind exercise. If you can't do it now, if you can't do it now, do it when you get a chance where you can actually do this. What I want you to do, stand up straight. I want you to ball your fist up, point your wrist down, and then I want you to lift up that leg and just balance. Now, those who may be elderly or those who are not sure what they balance, you can do it in front of your chair. Behind the chair, you can just lift one hand up and just let that hand hold that chair up. But the whole point is to see how long you can balance. Once again, the knee is even with the ankle. In that area, knee even with the ankle, and then you just release yourself. All right? Do that and see how long you can do that without falling over. So that's a good mind exercise for you as well. Now we're going to move straight on. We're going to move right along. We have some more floor exercises that we're going to give you. This floor exercise is very good. And once again, I will give the caution to you if you had any back surgeries or any surgeries at the spine or shoulders, make sure you check with your doctor. But if you're good to go, this is an exercise that's very good for lower back pain. It's very good for putting your body in proper alignment. And it's called the rock and roll. And my wonderful assistant, Mr. Ira Nender here, is going to perform this as I instruct you either to do it now or when you can do it later, because it's very easy to do. Down on the floor. You grab your knees behind you. You grab your hand behind, bring your legs up, grab your elbows if you can, or just hold on to what you can, but hold on tight. Tuck your head to your knees. And I want you're going to rock back nice and easy on the exhalation. So let's do this. Going back on the exhalation, nice, and coming up on the inhalation. Remember that. Back on the exhalation and up on the inhalation. This exercise puts your whole body in proper alignment. Got that? Your whole body. If you sit down too much, got that hump in your back. If you're doing too much boom boom the night before, it puts your whole body in proper alignment. So easy. And don't worry about it if you can't come all the way up. Just rock where you are, and eventually you will with practice. Okay, this is another exercise, and this exercise also is excellent for what? Releasing gas. And we get that gas in us sometimes when we have that improper eating and eating the wrong food. That gas getting you run over here, run over there, you think you're having a heart attack. This exercise helps release that gas, the rock and roll. This other exercise here is called the knee squeeze. This also is a gas releasing pose. If you're telling it to any of your friends, any of your neighbors, make sure you be out of the way when you tell them to do this. Don't be sitting back there watching them, because when they come out, I don't want y'all getting blown up against the wall. Okay, let's take one leg and bring it up to your chest. He's bringing one leg up to his chest. He's holding it real tight. Keep that other leg straight. All right, now let's switch off. The other leg is coming up. You're holding it to your chest for a few seconds, and then you're bringing it down. Now you're going to bring both legs up. Bring both legs up. Hold it for a bit, and then you're coming down. Wonderful. Now, once again, if you can't do this now, since we're doing this virtual, when you get a chance, do it when you get a chance on your way and you're comfortable or whatever, because these two exercises is very, very good for us. With back problems, and like I said, when that gas gets you moving around, you got to get it out of you. You don't want it to stay in you, because all it's going to do is mess you up even worse. So once again, we're going to come on, get back up, bring your chair back, and we're just going to calm down a little bit more now with these next few movements, because we're on our way. We're on our way to you guys moving to a next phase. But once again, I'd like to thank you all for allowing me to be here. I'd like to thank you all for being just as aware as I am and as our neighbors. And that's the whole point, is share and to make it all happen. So right now, let's just take some time we get to the end. So let's go with some relaxation. You know, you can do this at any particular time, and we're gonna start with some breathing exercises. We're gonna start using our full diaphragm. We gotta start using what God gave us. We just can't be doing that little shallow breathing. You know, that means you're not getting enough oxygen for your organs to work correctly, for you to think correctly. So know that this air that's here is a gift. It's not just something that we have to do. It's a gift from God. Get all you in. Be greedy with it. Don't be greedy with being stingy with your money, but you can be greedy with this air. So as you're breathing in, start from the lower part of the stomach first. Breathing in, put one hand on top of the stomach, one hand on the bottom if you wish. You're filling it up, you're filling it up. Now it's time to exhale. You're gonna push that lower hand in first, and then push the rest of that air down toward your spine. You're getting all that air out of you. So once again, let's get it in, pushing it all the way out, all the way up. Now suck that stomach in and push all the rest of that air down. You do this when you feel stressed out. You do this when you feel mad. You do this when you even feel sick. You do this when it's hard for you to make some decisions. Go somewhere, sit down, take some deep breaths, close your eyes, and get that energy in you so it can start going to your brain and your head for you to make better choices and for your body to respond even better for you. So once again, I'd like to take this time to thank you for your wonderful, wonderful attention and your wonderful, wonderful time. And once again, if you need more, you know where to find me, because I got a whole lot more. I got 45 years of doing what I'm doing, been doing more. So, you know, energy's out to you, blessings out to you. And let's just sit down now and let's just calm down a bit and let's just take some deep breaths as we end our session. So once again, close those eyes, breathe in that wonderful energy. As you exhale, send it from the top of your head down to the tip of your toe. Rejuvenating, strengthening, healing, empowering. As I sit here nice and quiet, I'm breathing in this wonderful energy, this wonderful gift that God has given me. And I'm using my full diaphragm, not just a little bit of it. And I'm sending it as I exhale, this energy from the top of my head down to the tip of my toe, healing everything in between, strengthening everything in between, rejuvenating everything in between. It's up to us to protect these gifts, body, mind, and spirit. Do not give them away. Do not allow distractions to take them away. Stay focused, my warriors, and we will succeed. As you continue to be quiet, breathe in that wonderful life force, and as you continue to exhale, send it to where you wanted to go. And don't forget, send it out to the world, because we all need that love that we were talking about and that we were hearing. And that's one way to send it out. If they don't want to hear it through our lips, let's just send it out to the atmosphere, and we will attack them that way.
Thank you, Dr. Sherry, for inviting me to speak at this wonderful wellness and health fair. And my topic is spirit. I know that you're having mind, body, and spirit on today, and I'm going to talk about spirit and what is that? And I want to put it in layman's terms. I want to put it very, very simply. Spirit is an energy. It is the God energy that is in each and every one of us. And so when we tap into that energy, we become even more of what we were created to be. In other words, let's say that there's this electricity that is all around us, which is that God energy. When you get plugged into it, you begin to express and become the attributes of God. And that is what we need at this time, in this moment. It's calling us to be what we were sent here to be. And that is the God energy. So what is that? The attributes of God are creativity, courage, and fearlessness. Love that is all-encompassing and unconditional. Compassion for another human being that does not know who they are yet. These are all the attributes of God. So when you plug into that energy, you become inflated every cell of your body becomes that energetic source of God. What does that look like now? Well, this is our time. This is our time to express ourselves as God on this planet. What does that mean? That means that in this time of the COVID and the social unrest, as they put it, which is actually the culmination of energetic God beings and light beings coming together after 400 years of oppression. And so you want to be expressing power. You want to be expressing courage. And I'll tell you what that looks like. For those of you who have seen my video, it's called Expanded Awareness, Exposing the Intentional Weapon of Hate. I go in deep. And I'm not talking about chokeholds. I'm not talking about defunding the police. What I'm talking about is an intentional weapon of hate that the government has used since the inception of this country. It is a weapon of hate. There are messages that are intentionally sent out to promote one race being superior over another race. In this country, Caucasians are supposed to be superior over those with a darker hue, so our Black and brown people. Once you understand that this is a deep-seated, not just structural, it's an intentional weapon of hate. So if I can get you to hate and fight, I can do all kinds of things over here while you're not looking. Hate is a weapon of distraction and confusion, and it's used and has been used throughout this country. Now, when you become aligned with that electricity I was talking about, that courage, that power, the veils are lifted. So you're no longer distracted by this little thing over here and this is bigger than all of those things. This is an intentional weapon of hate. Now, when the government talks about weapons of mass destruction being on the other side of the planet, we need to be talking about the weapons of mass destruction that are used and have been used in this culture of America for 400 years. By diminishing the Native American, by making them less than, I can take their land. I can have you fighting with them. I can do all kinds of things as long as you're hating.
Okay,
so how do you combat hate?
You will chime in before you
The only way that you combat hate is with love. So when I say love and that love is powerful, sometimes people think love is all about hugs. And even though that is an expression of love, it can be an expression of love, what I'm talking about is that love gives you courage to call a thing a thing. And when I'm talking about weapons of mass destruction, I'm going right at the root of what America uses to keep control over people. And once we see that that is an intentional weapon to control people and get them really reeling and dealing and distracted and hating Muslims, hating Chinese people, hating, and even when I say it, it's laughable, but this is a weapon that they know works. And when you can be distracted by that weapon, it's working. I'm not going to be distracted by it. I'm going to call it out. I'm going to call a thing. And the reason it's structural is because it's governmental. It's baked into the American culture. This is how they operate. And when I say they, I'm talking about the powers that be that are in control of the structures. And when I say structures, what am I talking about? I'm talking about the media. It's no accident that you turn on the news and a black face is on the screen longer with the words criminal or violence or whatever, even if they were the victim, you'll notice that the voiceover is talking about violence. And one of the ways that I really saw that happen, and you can see this too when you're awake and aware, messaging behind the hate.
I had this
So violence, even when you say protest and you have violence, you say that's violent protests, even though the protests were not violent. So what I want you to see is when you become that energy of God, there are veils that are lifted. And so you don't need, you're not even stressed out about it. You see it from an elevated stance and you call it out because you have no fear. Perfect love casts out fear. So not only will you see it in the media, in the messaging, but you'll also see it, of course, in employment practices. You'll see it in the police force. It's baked in. So what do, Dr. Carmen, once you have this God energy? When you have that God energy, we're going to have different gifts and talents that we've been cultivating for years. And this is where we kick it in. We kick it in those areas where we have been gifted by the divine, and we go after those areas. So for me, it's calling a thing. I've always been a rebel. And I will call a thing without any fear. I'm not afraid of losing anything. And you have to get to that place. Who gives you that courage? God energy gives you that courage, where you're not afraid to lose what you have in order to speak the truth to power. That's my gift. I've also connected with my neighbors and letting them know that I'm not fighting with somebody that doesn't like Black people. What a waste of energy. What I'm doing is going after the baked in racism that is in our culture. And I'm doing that in ways that fit my gifts and talents. So one of the other things is I'm a therapist with Talkspace. That's why I'm usually on the internet 24/7, because Talkspace is an online therapy session. And so what happens is I find that most of the people that are suffering from racial trauma, they talk to me about, well, my friend doesn't understand why the protests are happening, or they say all lives matter instead of Black lives matter. And what I say to them is, do you realize that is so much bigger than your friend, your neighbor, your family member that doesn't understand? Don't waste your energy and create stress for yourself in dealing with that. We're dealing with a culture. What is a culture? Imagine two fish are swimming in the ocean. And somebody asks the fish, so tell me, what temperature is the water? And the fish looks at each other and they go, what's water? We're swimming in racism, and it's intentional. It is a way to control people. And it is a way that all the systems in the United States work, and they work it that way in other countries as well, but I'm focusing on America. And that has tentacles in the police department, in social services with foster care. I saw it in foster care when I worked in foster care. They did studies about Black kids being removed from their families more than white kids, and we're less than the population of that city. This is systemic. It's baked in. And it happens when we're little. It's intentional. It's a weapon of mass destruction. Here's another way to tell that this is a weapon of mass distraction, I should say. While all of this unrest is going on, go on the government websites and see what policies were passed while they get you to hate on somebody. One of the things that stands out that I noticed is that there was a major nuclear weapons plant was passed. I believe it was June 1st. While people are doing this hate thing, that's what it's used for. It's a distraction to do something else that nobody voted for, nobody knew was on the docket. It's a way to sneak things in. That's one of the ways that it's used. Another way that's used is to spend money on weaponizing the police department. Who benefits from that? Our warmongering culture of America. If we're not going to sell weapons over here and over here, we're going to sell them here. And the people that benefit are the people selling weapons. This is all about corporations, money, but it's also how the government has stolen land from Native Americans and kept African people enslaved. So going after that big cabal of the government is one of my things that I will always shine a light on, knowing that that goes against the agenda because they want to keep people hating on each other. So our gifts and talents are so important. And when our spirit is connected to the divine, we have a mind that is healthy, not depressed or anxious, because what is in control is not. The other thing is that our body becomes younger when we're plugged into that energy. So I can sit here almost 60 years old telling you that I feel like I'm 25. I'm ready to go. Why? Because that energy in me is timeless, is eternal, and it's loving. So one of the things that I want you to know, and this is my closing statement because this is very important, angry with people. The government has been baking this cake. It's a chocolate cake. They give black and brown people a piece. They give white people a piece. And we're eating the cake and black people are going, wait a minute, I'm dying here. There's racism here. I'm not treated fairly over here. And white people are eating that cake and going, oh, this is delicious. What do you mean? We're tasting the same cake. It's a great cake. And I'm trying to argue with the other person and tell them that it's a horrible cake. They're trying to argue with me that it's a great piece of cake. Can we start talking about who's baking the cake? I'm not upset with people. I'm not going to argue with people. Our fight as spiritual beings is with that dark side, if you want to call it, that side that devalues people as a weapon of hate. They're baking the cake. It's had racism in it the whole time. And I'm going after that. And I love people because they're eating the same cake I am. I want to go after who's baking the cake. And who helps me do that is God. God takes away the veil so you can see it clearly. And once you see it clearly, you have the courage to call a thing. You'll be vitalized, energetic while you're doing it, knowing that God is in control and I am expressing God in this time, in this way. And I'm so glad to be here now because this is our time.
Thank you very, very much. And thank you to each and every one for making this day possible. Thank you to our speakers that we've already heard from. And so this is your community forum, and very, very important. The organizers were explaining that this is for us. This is for you. And I think it's beautiful. I think that the impact of what has been shared sometimes is not always fully appreciated. The fact of the matter is you have just been handed, those of us who have ears to hear, the very keys to health. Thank God for Dr. Batiste, who shared about stress and the effects of the body and what we can do. And Dr. Riley, who shared about the mind and the need to be heard and the chance to reset and even some practical ways to restore. And they laid it out for us. Yes, ride our bike. Yes, journal. And Brother Leonard Davis, who I love and have known for years, thank God for him. Yes, breathe properly. Yes, meditation. Yes, journal. Yes, eat your vegetables. Yes, think positively. Spend time around positive people. Yes, laugh. Yes, have fun and exercise. They already gave the keys to health. And so the organizer said we have a wonderful cardiologist talking about physical health, and then we have a therapist and pastor talking about mental health, and then they want me to talk about spiritual health. They already laid it out how to heal anything that is sick. The only thing that I can say about the spirit that hasn't been said yet is this, and stay with me. The spirit, when we talk about mind, body, and spirit, the spirit is the only part of you that never has and never will need healing. Let me say that one more time. The spirit, and stay with me, is the part of us that does not need healing. And at first that sounds a little crazy, but understand what I'm saying. I am not saying that the psyche does not need healing. Yes, that's what psychotherapy is for. There is a non-physical part of us. It's non-physical, it's non-rational, and it does need healing because it has been traumatized. It does have memory of the negative things that have happened. It does carry burdens. It does carry generational pain and cycles. It does receive the trauma and the terror of racism. It self-esteem can be affected. And so when I say that the spirit doesn't need healing, I'm not talking about the psyche. I'm not even talking about the soul, because the soul is talking about personality and individuality. I'm not talking about the subconscious mind. I'm not talking about emotional pain bodies. All of those things need to be healed. And a lot of the healing that's necessary for those has been spelled out for us today, or we've been pointed in that direction. But I'm talking about the spirit. Your psyche, which can be damaged, is not your spirit. Your soul, which can be traumatized, is not your spirit. Your memory is not your spirit. When we're talking about breath, Brother Leonard talked about breath, and Dr. Baptiste talked about take it all the way back to the Garden of Eden. Well, let's take it to the Garden of Eden. In Genesis 2:7, it says, God formed Adam from the dust of the ground and breathed into his nostrils the breath of life, and man became a living being. So God breathed a breath into him. Before that, he was just a lump of clay. Before that, he was just a hump of a mass of something. But when God breathed the breath of life, and that breath that God breathed into humanity, the Hebrew word is ruach, or it means breath, or it means spirit. It is the breath of God. It is the spirit of God. It is God, the essence, the spirit, it is God that has been breathed into us. And that is what makes us alive. Even doctors have trouble really pinpointing, what is it about life? Is it an electrical current? Is it a chemical reaction? Is it a brain function? Is it a heartbeat? No, there's something behind all of that. It has nothing to do with race. It has nothing to do with pain. It has nothing to do with diabetes. It is the breath, the spirit of God. And God breathed God's spirit into us, which means that that spirit is our spirit. So you see what I mean when I say that the spirit, capital S, is the one part of us that doesn't need healing because it already is God. It already is healthy. It's healthy because it's divine. As a matter of fact, with all that we are going through and all that we have been through, what is it that even keeps us healthy through generations and centuries of oppression, through a standard American diet, through financial stress, through health dysfunction, through negative thinking. What is it that even keeps you? When I look at a child, the kid is abused at home. The kid is miseducated at school, malnourished in the streets. We talked about that, terrorized by the justice system. Then they come to church. Theology messed them up and religion messed them up too. Not to mention the generational stuff that kid is dealing with. Dealing with all of that. What keeps that kid smiling? What keeps that kid optimistic? That is the spirit. That is the spark of God within that child and within each one of us. Do you understand when I say that your spirit is the only thing that doesn't need healing because it's already God, it's already divine. It doesn't need healing because it's already eternal. See, the idea of healing is what? Something is going in a certain direction and then it falls off. In order to get it back going in that certain direction, we got to take some action. We got to take some medicine. We got to have some therapy. We got to have a change of course and achieve healing. But when we're talking about the spirit, there is nothing to change. Think about your own life. I was born, and when I was born, I mean, now I'm 6 foot something tall. When I was born, I wasn't that tall. So life has changed. The only constant is change. My height has changed. My weight has changed. My libido has changed through the year. My physical location has changed. The understanding that I have. I go to the doctor. I get the blood work done. That changes because this time this was at this level. This time this was at that level. Everything changes. My mental health has changed through the seasons of life and with learning and with growing and with suffering. Everything changes. But all of those changes have happened. It's still me. It's the same me who experienced kindergarten, who experienced high school, who experienced the ups and downs, who fell in love, who went through life. So in all of those changes, there is a spark that has not changed. All of those changes have happened at the same address, have happened to I. And that I, and God told Moses, that's the I am. That is the spirit that we're talking about. And that is your spirit. And it is God within us, and it cannot be changed. See, the body only gets a few years. So yes, by all means, let's optimize our health and make sure that those are good years. But even as much as we optimize it, and Dr. Batiste said this himself, doesn't matter what you do, one day it will be earth to earth, ashes to ashes, and dust to dust. Now, while we're here, we want to make it as positive and as joyous and as seamless and as optimized as it can be. But that day is still going to come where the body will have its end date. Even Jesus Christ was only a human being for a limited amount of time. So, same for us as well. And the mind also. Now, the mind is non-physical and it can extend beyond, but even the mind is also limited. So the physical body is limited by a lot of things, gravity and age and time. The mind is also limited. The mind is limited by what it can understand and believe. And we just saw where Leonard Davis had us putting the hands up and hands down. And as smart as some of us are, I couldn't keep my hand up and down when his son asked me to. The mind is limited by what we believe, by what we understand. The mind can be poisoned. The mind can be miseducated. And when it's miseducated, it keeps operating. It just operates poisoned. Now, what can step outside of the mind and examine and evaluate the mind and tell the mind something's wrong and be able to fix it? That is the spirit. That is your spirit. So yeah, the spirit is divine. The spirit is eternal. It stretches from before birth, and then it goes even after death. And those are mysteries in the human mind. But we know that there is an eternal aspect because we know that God is real and God is real in us. And since God is real, God is perfect. So the God in us must be perfect. That doesn't mean I never make a mistake. That doesn't mean I can do no wrong. but it means that there is a part of me. TV doesn't want me to tap into this part of me. The government doesn't want me to tap into this part of me. Madison Avenue and the advertisers and the grocery stores and the restaurant industry and the movie industry, they don't want me to tap into my spirit. Even, and I'm not talking about the good doctors that we have, but even big pharmaceutical and the industries making millions of billions don't want us to tap in to the true key of health, which is that we already have health because we already are health on some level. It's for us to live into the perfection. If when God created man and woman, we are created in God's image, in God's likeness, then some of that perfection got to be in there somewhere. Some is deeper down than others, but it's there. Perfect. The Spirit is that spark of perfection. This is what Jesus meant in the Sermon on the Mount, the longest, probably the most significant sermon that Jesus gave that's recorded in the Bible. He says, be perfect, even as your Father in heaven is perfect. Now, a lot of times we look at that and we say, well, I'm only human. I can't be perfect. Being perfect, when he says it here, Matthew 5, it does not mean you better stop gambling, you better stop procrastinating, you better stop eating caramel corn at midnight or else you won't go to heaven. That's usually what we think. Well, let me be perfect. Let me be better. Let me be better. But look at that word, perfect. And I had to look at it. It means you have a consummated goal that you have achieved. It means you are complete. It means you have gone through the necessary steps in order to get to the end goal. That's what perfect is. So even in our bodies right now, even in a child's body, even if there are some things going on wrong, there are a lot of things operating absolutely perfectly. Thank God and pray to God, my heart, kidneys are operating perfectly right now. Now, if and since my kidneys, for example, are operating perfectly right now, if they're operating perfectly, there's no more that I have to add and do to make them better. All I have to do is maintain what God has already done. Now, we know that the physical ailments are real, and I am not saying, hey, everything's fine. If your foot hurts, your foot hurts. If you have cancer, you have cancer. If you have hypertension, you have hypertension. So to say the Spirit is perfect is not about ignoring what is. It's about tapping into an even greater truth. So I'm not ignoring the truth, but I'm tapping into and living from the ultimate truth, because the Spirit of God that's alive in you right now, it only knows how to be perfect. We're talking about God. It only knows how to shine. Yeah, the world doesn't want to see you shine, but all it knows how to do is shine. And so the world can corrupt us and corrupt our thinking to where we forget the truth of who we are. The world want to shut us down. The world can take your security away. The world can rob you of justice, which it has. And guess what? The world won't ever give it back. If you're waiting for the world to restore your health, if you're waiting for the world to restore your peace of mind, if you're waiting for the current president to perfect your life, or if you wait until November for the next president to perfect your life, or your doctor, or your therapist, or your pastor, you're going to be waiting. Jesus said, the kingdom of God, which is heaven, which is the promise of the Spirit, it does not come by observation. No one's going to look and say, oh, here's heaven, here's health, there's health, but it's already within you. And so all I can say is let us live from within our spirit. Let us, with all the world going on, get quiet at some point and realize the truth deep at the center of my being, beyond, this old house that will pass away. there is a true capital S spirit, a capital T truth, an infinite well of love. Dr. Batiste said that stress is when the resources that we have are outstripped by the obligations that we have to face. I'm paraphrasing his idea, and I love it. So if we have enough resources, there can be no stress if there are enough resources. So we're tapping into what is an infinite well, what is an eternal well, a divine well, a real well in us, as us. And now in a moment of meditation, allow that love, that God, that spirit to become you, to flow to the surface, to fill your heart, to fill your organs, to fill your cavity. No, it's not physically filling your cavity, but let that power of love, that spirit, that truth fill your consciousness. Let it radiate out from you in all directions, because we reap what we sow. So when we can turn ourselves into love, which we have by the power of our mind to do, and we can radiate out love, guess what's returning back to us multiplied? More love, more joy. Matter of fact, the more God spirit we use, the more we have to give, because it's not like money or any sort of finite thing. We're talking about God here. And let us express our joy. And then when we live from the spirit in this way, this ain't about religion. This ain't about a church. This is about you as a real manifestation of the true and living God. When I can stay there, if I can just visit there, much less stay there, now my spirit tells my mind what my body needs, and my spirit will crave the food that it nourishes. It will, the toxic relationships will fall away and the positive people will come. Now, it's simple. Yes, it's not easy. And so all the steps that we heard today, meditative practice, yes, breathe, yes, exercise, yes, get a mentor, yes, more vegetables, yes. But in all of that, in all the stuff we got to do and all the blanks that are blank right now that we got to go fill in, take some time and never forget about the one blank that doesn't need to be filled in, because it's already full to the fullness. And that is my spirit, your spirit, the spirit. It shines on all, not just those who I deem deserve it, but the sun shines on the righteous and the unrighteous. Rain falls on the just and the unjust. And my spirit is unadulterated, undiscriminating, shining for you, for me, and for all of creation. God bless you. God love you.
Good afternoon. How are you doing so far? The conference is off the chain from where I'm sitting. Welcome back. And to the second part, we are live this afternoon. And right now we want to start with a video to keep in mind of thinking about things that you can change your mind about, and we can change our circumstances. Please watch.
Coming to the stage for the first time at Cleo King's Open Mic, Mr. Patrick Outlaw.
I Didn't want to write this song, but the story wouldn't leave me alone. There was no press, there was no TV when our son was shot down by the LAPD. I listened to his mother cry as she told the story how her son had died. They wouldn't even let her in to the room as he laid and bled. Another gone on a trumped up charge. Seems like it only happens if your skin is dark. I'm not saying that he was no saint, but all have sinned and made mistakes. I'm sick and tired of the same old song. Well, he was reaching for a gun. Lied again, no gun was found. His back was turned when you shot him down. Think before you shoot your gun. You ain't the jury and you ain't no judge. Think before you shoot your gun. If he's just a running, then let him run. Think before you shoot your gun. You wouldn't kill him if he looked like your son. 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 If he looked like your officer, please, not today. Don't draw your gun, blow me away. Just cause I'm running away from you don't mean that I'm a threat to you. If you're not a threat, then why'd you run? Ran cause I saw you was drawing your gun. Seen other brothers shot in cuffs. I was hoping that today I could trust that you'd hold up. Wait a minute, hold up, he might be innocent. Officer, you look familiar. Yeah, you're Bobby Young's father. We were friends in junior high school. I even came to your house a few times for dinner. Officer, I can't feel my legs. Officer, my body is getting cold. I got a cell phone in my hand. Call my mother. Tell her the shape I'm in. Think before you shoot your gun. You ain't the jury and you ain't no judge. Think before you shoot your gun. If he's just a running, then let him run. Let him run, let him run, let him run, let him run, let him run. After 400 years, let him run. Let him run, let him run, let him run. Let him run, let him run. You wouldn't kill him. Let him run. You let him kill him. Let him run. If he looked like your son. Let him run. If he looked like your son. Let him run. If he looked like you, let him run. Let him run. Let him run. Let him run. Let him run.
Thank you, Patrick Outlaw. That video was produced by Cleo King, and we'll see her later this afternoon. She's the founding member of Saving Lives of African American Men, Women, and Children, which we call SLAM LA. I'm the co-founder with her. And we are here today to say there are action steps that we can all take together. Many of those directives have been given to us by the speakers this morning. I hope you had your notepads out. I hope you are taking the directives to say we can do this together. Now we know that 100% of perfection lives within us, the God in us, and that's how Dr. Seth Pickens closed out the morning events here, afternoon events where you are now, you may be in early evening. I would like to bring my co-host on with me, if possible. Kelsey's producing. I want to thank Kelsey, our producer for today. And our co-host and our sponsors are the same. We have Reverend Sherry James, and we have Dr. Sandra Salam and Cleo Kane. I don't know if everyone is here. Kelsey, can we bring on?
Good evening. Wow. Good afternoon.
Good evening. It's so good to be here.
It is good to be here. Great to see you all again. And as Dr. Batiste said, we can physically distance and be together. Everyone looks like sunshine to me this afternoon. This has been amazing, amazing that we have come this far by faith. And we have that faith and resilience and restoration that the previous speakers have been talking about. But today we have exciting presenters that will present live who are action figures in what they've been talking about. I believe that we're all action figures. Reverend Sherry is the senior minister at Understanding Principles for Better Living Church, founded by the Reverend Dr. Della Reese. Yes, Reverend Della, Patricia Early Lett. And she was our leader and teacher for the time that she was here on the planet. And she gave us that instruction that Dr. Pickens was talking about. And these are our action steps. And Dr. Chandra Salam, she's the board member at Masjid Al Sharif, who has supported us in the technological part. And she has supported us personally from her nonprofit. She is the CEO of the African American History and Culture Foundation in Los Angeles. And we are happy to bring you this live portion of the event this afternoon. Thank you all that are listening in. Thank you all for texting me, but stop texting me while I'm live. Please put it in the chat. And I believe Reverend Sherry will comment in the chats as we move forward. But right now I'm going to ask her to give us an invocation, and we're going into a libation as she will introduce Reverend Dr. Queen Shamala.
So I will ask that you center yourself. And by center yourself, what I mean is for you to bring your awareness to this moment. Bring the fullness of your awareness to this present moment. And know that right where you are, right as you are, the power and the presence of God is breathing itself as you. You have always known in the inmost part of your being that you are God in expression, that you are divine. Let what you hear today tenderize your heart for a deeper expression of your divine nature. I give thanks and I give praise for the expression of God through Dr. Sherry Randolph and all who have been involved with this amazing health and wellness conference. I thank you that this work is having impact, not just in our local community, but all around the world, that people are finding these videos and their lives are being saved and improved through the information that they've heard on these videos. I thank you for this example of excellence that we have been given. And I thank you that it goes and it continues to have impact long after today. I always expect that my prayers are answered. And so I know that this prayer is no different. I release it now to become flesh in the name and the nature of Jesus the Christ. I affirm that it is so, and so it is. All right. Let us have a great conference. I think I'm ready now to do the introduction. It is my great pleasure to introduce you to the Reverend Dr. Queen Shamala Ifawi Smith. She migrated from North Carolina to Los Angeles in the 1960s, and she earned a bachelor's degree in psychology from the University of Southern California, a master's in psychology from California State University, Los Angeles, and a doctorate of theology from Christ is the Answer University in Opelika, Florida. She is completing a PhD in Afrikaan spiritual science from the University of Creative Life Initiation System in Los Angeles. Queen Shamala is executive director of this learning center. Reverend Dr. Smith is a metaphysical practitioner, a spiritual counselor, an anger management facilitator, an ancestral artist, a poet, and an autobiographer. Queen Shamala's books deal with healing from early childhood abuse. In 2017, Queen Shamala published her first book, Black Butterfly Soul Songs, which deals with the author's soul transformation in poetry. Shamala's second book, Soul Secrets, Standing on the Backs of the Atkin, is part of a trilogy. The Journey and Books of Love, whose themes are self-knowledge, self-discovery, and self-recovery, they complete the self-writing series. The Journey and the Books of Love, touching the lives of many young people, Queen Shamala worked as a secondary school counselor for over 30 years with the Los Angeles Unified School District. Today, she is presenting a special libation in African tradition.
African people do nothing that is important without a libation. This afternoon, we're going to honor the ancestors. We do libations to recognize and keep alive the memory of those who helped us and made it possible for us to be here today. The libation is not just my doing, you are going to participate. At the end of my honoring a group of people, I'm going to say Ashe, and I want you to follow me. Ashe. The first ancestor is that hidden one, hidden but manifest in all forms. It's the God-goddess idea that has traveled all the way around the world. This is our first ancestor, and I want to pour libations to them. Ashe. Our people from Africa is the world's first family, the first people. We mother and father everybody else that's in the world. In fact, we represent the flashpoint of family and life. Let us honor the first families. Ashe. To the ancestors who were the founders of the first civilization, from Ethiopia to the Nile Valley, and they left evidence of their genius on the walls of the sacred temples and tombs in Egypt. Let's pour libation. Ashe. To the ancestors who finally began to travel out of Africa, and they went all over the world taking their genius and their math, knowledge, science, writing, art. They populated the world with all their knowings. Let's pour libations to them. Ashe. To our ancestors who traveled the world and took their knowledge, who was scattered, sometimes against their will, but we were determined. We rise, we won, we crossed the Atlantic Ocean and took our glory going. Let's pour libations to those people also. Ashe. To our ancestors who are warriors, fighters, overcoming a harsh system, like Ahmaud Arbery, Breonna Taylor, George Floyd. I know you have some. Call out some of your ancestors, some of your heroes. And I want to salute Harriet Tubman, Benjamin Banneker, Marcus Garvey, Elijah Muhammad, Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, Hannibal Muhammad, Lucille Evans. Let's pour libation to these people also. Ashe. And last, let us not forget the children. Let us pour libations to the children and the children's children and their children. Let us continue to tell our stories to them and our history so they can tell their children and their children's children, so they can rise up and be successful and change the world. Let us pour libation to our children. Ashe, ashe, asheo.
Ashe, greetings. It is a blessing to be here today. As Chairman, CEO of the African American History and Culture Foundation, I do want to say a few words before I bring our young adult leader, next generation leader, Lincoln Davis. In order to know where we go from here, we need to know where we came from. Where did we come from? We all came from Lucy, right? In Africa, whether you're white, black, or whatever, we're from Lucy. And we were enslaved here in America and throughout the diaspora. But we have to know who we are. In that theme of Lucy, the Honorable Elijah Muhammad said, we're the original man. Wallace Muhammad said, we came from dust. And as Seth said, we're going back to dust. We must be not only from dust, but move into industry. Frederick Douglass and Malcolm said, how do we get there? We need our think tank. How do we get there? They say by any means necessary. Both of them gave that inference. Dr. Naeem Akbar, another psychologist, said, we are the community of self. We must see ourselves as a community. And Wharf D. Muhammad and others said, we're the body Christ. So we know where we came from, and we must look at where we are and move forward with these directions that have been given in these community health fairs. So we know that many of our leaders were uneducated. We weren't allowed to get education, but God created us with intelligence, right? We said they may have not formally been educated, but they were able to look at creation and their intuition and what their grandparents and ancestors left in their DNA, and they had to figure it out. We don't need to be so critical because they had to oftentimes craft a way forward with little or no education. And Dr. Carter G. Woodson, along with our director today, Dr. Sherry Randolph, said our doctorates, our PhDs, our EDDs, too often see our degree as an end product when it is actually a beginning. So we know in order to sustain ourselves, we need to be out there with our voice, and we have to continue to use what we've been given. And if it's education, then we need to be in the literature and on the scene when CNN and everybody else is talking about our health disparities and giving such a negative thing. So we need a think tank, and this is part of it today in the last 3 months in COVID. Our hearts are very heavy with the loss of our brother Chadwick Mosley, so we send our prayers to him that God accepts him into paradise and that mercies upon his family. So I'm a very big advocate of the youth and exposing the youth to their culture and to the systems in this world, such that when they go out, they can grasp it and they can come back to their communities and lead us. And Lincoln Davis is one of those students. As I've worked in the school system, I have had the privilege to mentor him, and we've traveled thousands of miles, mainly to historical Black colleges and historical institutions. But I think he can best introduce himself, and I'm proud of the young man he has become. So without any further ado, I would like us to welcome Lincoln Davis.
Hey, good morning. Good morning. Good morning. Well, it's afternoon. Oh, good afternoon, guys. How you guys doing? Just to kind of, set the stage. Again, like Dr. Salam said, my name is Lincoln Davis. I grew up in the Long Beach Unified School District area, so I was a part of the Gates program, and then I also was in the International Baccalaureate, so the IB program at Jordan High School. So I'm a proud graduate of Dr. Martin Luther King's alma mater, Morehouse College. I graduated within the 4-year time period. Also traveling to China, studying there for a little bit, international studies, coming back and, working with Deloitte Consulting, so doing a lot of business development, client-facing models and things of that nature, and ended up taking like the sales and business development route for my career. As I transitioned over into the Los Angeles area again. I just couldn't stay away from the area. But what I kind of want to cover today is I just really want to thank God and our leaders for creating our opportunities to expose our own human potential internally, right? I believe you can tell somebody that they're capable, but once you've sparked the highest human act, which is to inspire, within themselves to succeed, then that's when you can change or amend what we call generational curses within the African American community. So our ancestors gave us love, truth, wisdom, and direction. Dr. Salam, the CEO of the African American History and Culture Foundation, has mentioned me far before the 9th grade. Exposed me to opportunities that would really help build my potential. And I believe that this is what all of our leaders who align with the organization can do. Also, I want to give a huge congratulations and piece of respect to Dr. Sherry Randolph, who has encouraged me just to explore graduate school opportunities to change the narrative from an if to a must. So thank you both for just believing in me. The African American History and Culture Foundation on June 20th actually conducted a Zoom conference, and we consider these to be educational seminars for high school students. Not only was it informative, but was an opportunity for them to receive book scholarships for presenting their research on health disparities and police violence. So I can address this from a firsthand experience that police violence and police brutality is a real thing, and also, foremost because I am an African American male. Even if you have not experienced it directly, I still believe that being a part of the cause shows the severity that we're standing in solidarity and strength with the people who are affected. This is a real issue, and it needs to be embedded into our curriculum, in my opinion. So quick, and I also want to just cover just very briefly, being audible ready is essential, be it education or be it street smarts, quickly adapting to change in positivity or negativity. Our children need to become audible ready for all situations. And I understand that the event, is going on during the COVID-19 disasters. So I want to just give my love and appreciation to all the dynamic presenters and professionals from our own community who gave freely with love so that we can save ourselves. We strongly believe in healthy mind, body, and spirit. And in the era of COVID-19, which is an American crisis, we want to make sure that we're giving the utmost respect and representation for the Ahmaud Arbery's, the Breonna Taylors, and the George Floyds of the world. So as a young adult in the next generation, I close with this. Congratulations to all of the speakers online, the listeners online, and I hope to see so much success going forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Lincoln Davis, for those remarks, and thank you for encouraging people to look at the future of who we are. The next speaker is one of those professors who, in her own right, she's outstanding, but her work speaks for itself. Dr. Pamela Scott Johnson. She is the Dean of the College of Natural and Social Sciences and Professor of Psychology at California State University, Los Angeles. Prior to coming to Cal State LA, she served as Dean of the College of Liberal Arts, former chairperson and Professor of Psychology at Morgan State University in Baltimore, Maryland. She earned a Bachelor of Arts degree in psychology and graduated magna cum laude from Spelman College in 1982. She's earned an MA and a PhD in psychology and neuroscience from Princeton University. Dr. Scott Johnson has published widely in professional journals and has been principal investigator for a large number of research program and program development grants, totaling more than $5 million. Her research interests include eating disorders, body image and sensory systems, as well as preparing more minority students for the psychology pipeline. She has also had funding that allowed her to examine factors that contribute to the success of women in STEM fields and the academy. She was the lead designer of the doctoral program in psychometrics at Morgan State University. Dr. Scott Johnson has taught undergraduate and graduate courses in psychology, psychometrics, and including industrial and organizational psychology, theories of learning and behavior, sensation and perception, and cognitive psychology. Dr. Scott Johnson is an active member of the American Psychological Association, Association of Heads of Psychology Departments, Project Kaleidoscope, Faculty for the 21st Century, and the Southeastern Psychological Association. Prior to her academic affiliations, Dr. Scott Johnson worked in the food industry as a senior research scientist examining the neural physiological and behavioral basis of taste and smell related to food products. Dr. Scott Johnson has held memberships in the Society for Neuroscience, Faculty for Undergraduate Neuroscience, and the American Psychological Association, the Society for Teaching of Psychology, Southeastern Psychological Association, and the Association for Chemoreception Sciences. Dr. Scott Johnson represents the university as the institutional liaison for the Leadership Alliance of a consortium of 31 institutions. Dr. Scott Johnson is the 2013 participant of Higher Education Resource Services. I think that should say recipient. In 2009, the American Psychological Association Leadership Institute for Women in Psychology, and 2005 participant of the Project Kaleidoscope Leadership Institute. Dr. Scott Johnson is married to Franklin Johnson. They have 2 children, Sarah Elizabeth Amina Johnson and Scott Lewis Andrew Johnson. Please welcome Dr. Pamela Scott Johnson.
All right, family. This is this virtual space is a wonderful space. So what we're going to do right now is we're going to make sure that Dr. Pamela knows that we were not able to hear her, and so we will bring her back around. But I want to keep this going because I've got someone coming to you who is really, really, really phenomenal, and I'm really excited to share that with you. And the thing that I want you to get more than anything else, let me say this before I start this introduction, is that your health and wellness is your responsibility. And it really is within your power right now to do something about what's happening in your life. That there is nothing happening in your experience that would keep you from making your health and wellness better. And so our intention with all of this is really for you to make you a priority. What would that look like? What would that look like? And what's in the way of you making you a priority? Is there anything that's interfering with that? We hope that there's something that you're going to hear in what you're doing that is going to help you to in that quest to make yourself a greater priority. And so I'm paying attention to the notes, looking in the chat. I'm trying to see if they're going to let me know if we're going to bring Dr. Pamela Scott Johnson back on. But I just wanted to pop in here while we get the technical piece managed to just encourage you to make your health and your wellness a priority. It is absolutely what you need to be doing. So I understand that. I think that she's back. We've got the mic issue handled. And so Dr. Johnson, thank you so much. It is our intention for everyone to hear all the good stuff that you have. And so with that, we're going to go ahead and bring her back on camera. How you doing there, Dr. Johnson?
Good. I'm good. Can you hear me now?
I can hear you now. Yes.
Oh, good. I think I got muted, but I just changed spaces because I'm so grateful to be part of this program. And I think that education is so critical and so important. And I've spent not only a life's work, because it's never about me as an individual. It's always about those we serve and those we serve and the gift that God has us as educators bring out. I so love the young man that was ahead of me talking about all the people that encouraged them. And so I just want to share a few minutes with the audience, some thoughts that I'd like to bring. So thank you so much, Reverend James.
Yes. Wonderful. Wonderful.
Good. So the question that has been posed is just one that all of us are asking. COVID has allowed us to slow down. It's hard to think of a pandemic as being the access to an opportunity, especially when we are physically distant, because we are social people and we don't want our social structures to deteriorate. But we understand in this time that we need to be careful so that we can maintain our health. I'd like to start off with a quote by Malcolm X that says, "Education is the passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today." So if we want to have a future, we have to start preparing for it today. That's why so many of us in education are really committed to making sure that our young people in K through 12 have the teachers that they need and the materials that they need. And those who are like me in higher education, make sure that there's continuity in that. But more than anything else is the ability that we have in helping people find their voice. Because when you don't have your voice, either because you're afraid or because no one encourages you, that's a voice and that's a gift that God planted in the world that's not being used. So what I'd like to share a little bit is that sharpening your mind helps shape your mission. And what do I mean by sharpening one's mind? Well, if you're going to sharpen something, you got to improve it. So college and all that we do is designed around skills. Yes, it builds content knowledge. Yes, you're taking courses in everything that you do so that you can build the amount of information. But if that information doesn't help you build skills that builds your community and builds the gift that you are to use in the world, I ask you to spend some time reflecting on how you can get that done. So the first part of how one sharpens one's mind is that you have to sit down and be reflective. What do I want to accomplish today? And that reflection is not only about who you are, what motivates you, what stops you, where your fears are, and learning how to manage your concerns and move on at the same time. Listen, it takes practice. It really does take practice, because how many times have you been afraid and you stopped yourself from moving forward? I think I heard Reverend Sherry James said, we're responsible for our own health, but it does help when someone else is there to encourage us. And then we can build those muscles so that we can take on those issues for ourselves. So each day, I recommend that you take time to journal. Now, you can do that by writing, by buying, getting a notepad or a piece of paper, or you can go to the 5 and dime store if you can, and just get something and write your thoughts down. Why? Because it is important that you check how you're feeling, you check what you're thinking, you check what you're reading. You want to look at all the times during the course of the day that you said, I'd like to do that. And then you stopped yourself because you said, I don't have the skills. I don't know who is going to do that. I don't know who's going to support me. I'll get to how you find the support. But then sit down and write that goal out. Establish a structure for yourself. The first thing I recognize amongst the people that I engage with, we spent, as we migrated, our universities, colleges, and schools in the world migrated offline and into remote status. I realized that the structures that I had to keep my mind sharp and to keep me on my own mission, which is to make a difference for you and helping young people and young learners find the gift that they are, the gift that God has given them. I realized that the structures that I had established were completely shattered. From waking up and going to Zoom and not having exercises, not taking the kind of prayer and meditative time. So go back and establish your structures and sit down, set times so that you can maintain a structure. Now, I recognize that it's hard because, having lived in Los Angeles and working with a myriad of learners, and I call them learners, not just students, because we're all here to learn. We're all disciples in some way of individuals and ideas. But I recognize that our schedules may change, but that's okay. You want to establish some structures, set small goals, and increase them at your own rate, not someone else's rate, because sometimes it takes us a little longer to recognize where we've had that growth and development. But write them down in your journal. Write what you think about them, write the resources that you have for them, write how you're going to approach them. And then as you start on your journey by establishing some structure to your day and setting some goals, sometimes we're not always able to keep those with regularity that we would like. Give yourself some grace, find some kindness in what you're doing and some forgiveness for not staying on those structures. It's really okay. It's not just how well you start, but it's also that you keep going. And sometimes we set goals that are so ambitious, it's very difficult for us to maintain them. But the goal, but I implore you to keep going. Now, how else can you sharpen your mind so that you can shape your mission? I encourage you to read daily. So if it's the New York Times, if it's the news feed on your cell phone, if it is the newspaper, but you also want to make sure you have some validated resources. Now, for all of you students who are going back to the classroom, it's really important that you find, listen, I know many of your instructors say, oh, you need 3 hours in a block. Hey, if you don't have 3 hours at a time, take 15 minutes, take 20 minutes. That knowledge builds a foundation of resilience and discipline. And each of us needs to sharpen our discipline because our discipline is part of our mindset. And then as we read daily, we begin to sharpen our skills. Listen, also take time, if you have the time, again, might be 10 minutes, it might be 15 minutes. Read some of the work of Toni Morrison, Nikki Giovanni, James Baldwin. But we have some new scholars, Ta-Nehisi Coates, Ibram, who has written Becoming an Anti-Racist. These are books that will sharpen our minds, but you can also get some information that will blow your mind. Go back and read the Kerner Report. These are government reports that tell us how to reorganize and break down some of those structures. The Kerner Report was written in 1968 at the unrest of America. It was commissioned by Lyndon Baines Johnson, then president. It really talks about all the racial unrest and what America should have done then to prevent some of the things we're dealing with now. Police brutality and the issues of policing aren't new to our communities. We had solutions that were much more broad, but it gives you a base for understanding how to not only how to face, but how to fight racial injustice. And then collaborate with others. So once you set up structures and you're journaling and you're reading content, because reading helps build your mind, it builds your vocabulary, it helps you understand the skills that you're going to need in a 21st century world that is much more technologically oriented. Find others to collaborate with. I know in last week and in the previous sessions, they talked about being around people who are positive, being around people who are going to help you move toward your own goals. Hey, listen, there is no shame in asking, how do I do this? Who do you know is able to do that? Whether it's to learn a new computer language, to learn a new language, to understand something about the historical context that we're in, to work with those who are fighting these injustices. But find people to write about it, because your perspective is critical in our moving toward a future that doesn't exist except you be part of it. Get involved. We keep talking about the census and voting. Listen, we can't blame anybody else for what is to come unless we get out and do our part. And protesting is great, but the biggest protest is to make sure you cast your ballot or run for an office. I don't want to be political but I do want you to understand how critical it is and how that sharpening your mind by knowledge and skills helps shape your future. So when we think about shaping, right, it's like exercise. In one of the previous sessions, the gentleman came on and he talked about, how you can build your body, build your heart capacity, build your lung capacity, and you have to do it with consistency. So that's why I say read every day. If you don't have an hour, if you don't have 2 or 3 hours, if you set aside every morning, my grandmother, who had a 6th grade education and a beautiful handwriting, every morning she got up at 4:30 and read her scriptures from 4:30 to 5. She was a domestic and she used to clean the library at Newberry College in Newberry, South Carolina. And she was proud of what she did. And I didn't know it was not noble until somebody else told me that. And I ignored them because she was a good woman and she raised us along with my parents to love God and to love humanity and to work with other people. but you want to take the time to shape. And the only way you can really shape who you are is through consistency and through structure and through discipline. A disciplined mind is a mind that understands who it is and who God has made us to be. And then as you listen and you reflect in your journals and you reflect on the readings that you have, then you can understand the mission that God has for you. And not just intellectual content. Make sure you read content that is spiritually minded as well. Because as you understand who you are in the world, that is the greatest power that you could ever have. That is understanding the gift that God planted in you as a living being made in his image to share with the world. See, that's why I stay in education. That's why I say that we have to have a liberation spirit in all that we do in education. And we can't wait for people to give us the right resources or give us the right encouragement. For those of us who are there who can encourage, we will continue. And I thank God for all of you. And I thank God for those mentees and those mentors and those people that help shape me and where I have helped shape other people, because it's really not about us. It is what we leave for our next generation. So as we look at how we create the passports through our knowledge and shaping and sharpening our minds, we look at what tomorrow will bring. I have some young scholars that I interact with, right? Because my gift is to open the door for others, who called me and he said, Doc, so during the 50s and the 60s, the civil rights movement ushered in our ability to have lawyers and doctors. What is the legacy that we will leave for the next generation? And my young mentee and scholar and brother said to me, he said, I think we have to make sure that we leave people the footprint for the next technological innovations. This brother happens to work in artificial intelligence and big data and mathematical analyses. And he was sharing with me, all that we need to do to sharpen our minds, not just so that somebody else can be rich. That information is there for us to glean, to make differences to our communities where we don't need permission to make those differences in our community. So I'd like to leave you with the following. If our passport is education, which I say it is, and it is to shape our futures, how will you begin today to prepare for tomorrow's journey? How will you begin to determine what your gift is? I say that the way you do that is by preparing your mind, by preparing your spirit, and by being reflective of who you are, understanding what motivates you, but not being stopped by someone else having to generate that for you, but for you being able to generate that for yourself. How do you develop the discipline to move forward by setting small goals and not having to chew it all at one time? There's nothing like a great, meal where you want to eat the whole thing, but sometimes you have to take small bites, and it's okay, because you want to make sure that you understand where you're going and that you understand that you are on a mission, and that mission is given only to you, and that mission serves a greater purpose when you join other people. And so we're going to shape our minds for tomorrow is ours to garner. And then finally, we're going to bridge those gaps so that we can we're going to build bridges so that we bring others with you. So sharpen our minds so that we can shape our mission, because our mission allows us to see our gift and bring other people. Thank you so much for the opportunity to be with you today. God bless, take care, and continue the fight.
Dr. Scott Johnson, that was exactly what we needed to hear. I hope you guys were taking good notes. Let me tell you, so first of all, I was over here saying amen, 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 because everything she said is something that I already have incorporated in my day. And if I could show you my notes, I could show you my little chart that I literally check off. Sherry, did you read 10 minutes today? Check. Sherry, did you sit and meditate today? Check. You have to sharpen your mind. Gosh, you only get one, and it is the meeting ground between you and God. So I am really excited because I get to introduce someone that I just met yesterday. But let me tell you, he is absolutely phenomenal. And I was sitting there thinking, he's got to be my brother from another mother. I don't think that I didn't know I had another sibling out in the world, but it turns out I do. So I am so excited to bring you our keynote speaker, Harold LEFFALL. Let me tell you, Harold LEFFALL is a father. He is a cancer survivor. He is a healthy lifestyle influencer. Did you get that? A healthy lifestyle influencer. So I want to be influenced. Yes. He is an entrepreneur. He owned his own full service staffing firm, LEFFALL Employment Agency, which was named one of the top 25 permanent placement services by the San Francisco Business Times, with gross annual revenue reaching close to $4 million in annual sales. He later became the CEO of a startup social enterprise in Atlanta that today has grossed revenues exceeding 40 million annually. He has been featured on Good Day Charlotte, Good Morning Chattanooga, Black Enterprise, Best Self Atlanta, and Entrepreneur magazines. Mr. LEFFALL is the author of 4 books: Brother CEO, Living from Within, I Am Enough, and Juicing 101. He is the founder and CEO of Good Living How, a health supplement company based in Charlotte, North Carolina. And as we release our brother, Chadwick Boseman, let what you hear from Harold really just give you heart to just know that, gosh, that you can make it through, and that you can take charge of your health, and that you can make a difference. We're each on our soul's journey, so never take someone else's sentence as evidence of what is not possible for you. Let his story inspire you and prove to you that you can have as far as you can see. And that it refers to health, wealth, happiness, and any other good that you can imagine. Harold, are you ready to come on and hang out with us?
I'm ready. I'm ready.
All
Reverend
right.
Sherry, thank you so much, my sister, for that beautiful introduction. I appreciate you.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm grateful to get a chance to chat with you again. So
All right.
you guys are in good hands.
So, this health and wellness conference is so important because, as all of us know, we're right in the midst of a pandemic. We're right in the midst of racial uprising and racism, and we're experiencing so much loss. And sometimes when we are in what is a crisis, we can forget about ourselves and we can forget about our health. And, in the Chinese language, the crisis had 2 definitions, one meaning danger and the other one meaning opportunity. So even in the midst of a crisis, there's an opportunity for us to get better, to do better, and to be better. And so one of the things that Reverend Sherry mentioned is that I'm a cancer survivor. It was August 5th, 2015, I got the call at the age of 48 that I had cancer. And I have to be honest, I was shocked. And I was shocked because I thought I was doing all the right things. I exercised. I thought I ate healthy. And when I say ate healthy, I didn't eat pork. And, in our community, we think, okay, if you don't eat pork, that's being healthy. But one of the things that I didn't realize is all of the other contributing factors to dis-ease. And one of the things that I learned through being diagnosed with cancer is that our bodies tell our truth. And the truth is, for all my life, I had been dealing with stress, so much so that I had normalized it. See, I grew up in the hood. I grew up in Oakland, in the projects, on welfare. My dad was what I call a pharmaceutical salesperson, not the legal kind, but and so he was in and out of jail, and my dad was very abusive toward my mom, and so I grew up experiencing trauma, and so for me, stress just became something that was normal. You know, hearing and seeing my mother be beat was something that became normal. But what happened for me was I began to internalize that. But I would get up the next day after hearing my dad beat up my mom, go to school and act as if everything was okay. And so many of us are that way. We experience trauma and we keep it in, we keep it inside. And so what I know is that pain is information. So when I got that diagnosis, August 5th, 2015, and it was really interesting how that came about because I was 48. And normally they don't start testing you for prostate cancer until 50. But what happened in my case, I made the mistake of telling my doctor that my dad had prostate cancer. You know, you go to the doctor, they ask you your history, and I told them they were asking if there was any history of heart disease and cancer. And I thought that my dad had told me he had prostate cancer. Well, it turns out he didn't have prostate cancer. He actually had an enlarged prostate. But thank God that I made that mistake, because had I not made that mistake, they wouldn't have tested me at that time. But when I got the call about the prostate cancer, I just went numb. I went numb, and I wasn't afraid of dying. That never even really hit me. But I was afraid. I'm a single parent, and I'm the only parent my son has living. And so my son at the time was in 12th grade, last year of high school. And so I was concerned about how to tell him that his dad has cancer, because I knew that my son would be looking at me to see if there was any fear. He would be looking at me for comfort. And so I realized that I had to work on myself. I couldn't just go and tell him this news without first checking myself to make sure that I was in a good space mentally. And so got the diagnosis, didn't know what that meant, didn't know the severity of everything. But here's what happens, and this is how I know that things always work in divine order, even when it doesn't look like it. Because I ended up having a speaking engagement that same week that I was diagnosed that I almost canceled. But I went ahead and I went, and during my talk, I shared with the audience that, you know, I just recently been diagnosed with prostate cancer. Well, in the audience was a lady who was an herbalist. And so after my talk, she came up to me and told me she was an herbalist and had worked with many patients who had cancer and had helped them successfully become cancer free. And she gave me some tips. She told me to take black seed oil, sea moss, all these things to fuel my body and give my body the nutrients that it needed. I had never heard of sea moss, had never heard of black seed oil. But she also told me to begin to do research on, you know, the foods that I was ingesting, because I ate the typical American diet that was high in animal protein, dairy. You know, we were told back in the day that milk does the body good. It does not. And I ate a whole bunch of sugar. And that's what I grew up on. And I continued that diet until adulthood, until I was diagnosed with cancer. And so as I began to do research, I saw all these correlations to all of the stuff that I was eating with cancer. And so I'm like, why didn't I know this? Why wasn't this conversation in my community, in my household? And so as I began to get more information about how to address this cancer that I was now dealing with, I started making changes in my life. And it wasn't a difficult thing to do, because it's like, okay, either you're going to eat food that heals your body, or you're going to eat things that harm. Because food has the ability to do both, either heal your body or harm it. And everything that I had been eating up until that point was harming my body. But in addition to that, one of the things she talked to me about was stress. and how dealing with prolonged stress weakens our immune system and makes us susceptible to all kind of diseases and ailments. And I had normalized stress, and so many of us do. We are so used to being worried all the time, used to being in that fight or flight space. I would go to sleep worry, wake up worry. That was just my norm. And I didn't realize how detrimental that was to my body and to my well-being. And so I realized that I needed to make some changes. And here I was. I knew all about, personal development. I went to church and we talked about the power of your mind. But it's one thing to know it. It's another thing to practice it and integrate it into your life. I knew, how powerful our thoughts were, but I wasn't living it out. But that call that I got on August 5th, 2015 was really my wake-up call, to take better care of myself and to begin to accept myself just as I am, because I grew up feeling like I had to prove myself. I grew up never thinking I was enough. When I was in college, I started having panic attacks. Nobody knew because I had a mask and I looked like I was okay. And so many of us operate that way. We look like we're okay, but when we close the door to our house or to our bedroom, we still have to deal with us. And so for me, I had to begin to really practice all the things that I knew, but I wasn't practicing. I knew these things, but I wasn't practicing. I knew that thoughts become things. I knew the power of our thoughts, but I wasn't living that out. And so for me, I had a choice. Either I was just going to let the doctors give me all these treatments and go down this path that often doesn't yield positive results, or I was going to have to change the way I thought and change what I put in my body. And so that's what I began to do. And one of the things that I did as I was on this healing journey, and I did have a surgery for the cancer while I was doing my black seed oil and my sea moss and changing my diet. And so they wanted to put these 125 radioactive seeds in my prostate just to see if that would work. And so while they did that, I was doing my own internal work and then, changing my diet, changing what I was thinking. And I remember after I had the surgery, I was in so much pain. I would go into my bathroom because I didn't want my son to hear me screaming because the pain was so intense. And what I began to do was I started doing what I knew to do. I knew that I had to encourage and affirm myself. So what I started doing, I got these little Post-it things and I would stick them on the mirror in my bathroom and remind myself that I was enough, that I would get through this, that I was more than a conqueror. I had to tell myself those things to keep myself encouraged and to keep myself focused because I knew my son was watching me. He was watching me to make sure that I was, still faithful, that I was still believing that I was going to get better. And that helped to begin to transform my mind. Another thing that I did was I started recording myself saying those very same affirmations. And I would listen to it at night while I was asleep, or so that it could get into my subconscious. And that started to give me renewed hope and a renewed optimism about what was possible. And one of the things that started happening was the stuff that I used to trip about and worry about, it didn't matter anymore. And it took me, I was 48, 49 at that time, just now finally getting that lesson that a lot of the stuff we trip on is just really not that important. And the damage it does to our body is so detrimental. We don't realize it until we get the diagnosis, And so for me, it was making those changes in terms of what I was thinking and being very intentional about, what I was allowing to get into my space. So one of the other things that I did was I got rid of the TV. We didn't have a TV in our house because I didn't want any of that type of negative information. Every other commercial is a commercial with drug commercials, for some kind of illness for this and that. And I didn't want that to be a part of my atmosphere. And so as I started doing that, I started to feel better. And I knew that when it was time to have that 6-month cancer checkup to see what was going on, I already knew what the outcome was going to be. I already knew that there was going to be no cancer found because I knew I was doing the work to get better. I knew that I was giving my body all of the fuel that it needed. I didn't know that only 1 in 10 people consumes the necessary amount of fruits and vegetables every day. And I was one of them. I didn't eat fruits and vegetables. I was eating meat, cheese, and stuff with sugar in it. I wasn't eating the right stuff. And so if you're not fueling your body with the proper nutrients, your body can't do what it's designed to do. The body is designed to heal. That's what it's designed to, but it has to have the proper fuel to do that. And also, the stress that we deal with, so many of us feel like we're not enough, because we grew up in situations where we experienced trauma. We've never been affirmed. Nobody ever told us that we were amazing and could do whatever we wanted to. We always felt like we had to prove our worth to someone. And I love what Quincy Jones says. He says, not 1 ounce of your self-worth has anything to do with your acceptance of me. And that's an important fact to remember, because so often we're trying to prove ourselves to gain acceptance and to get love. But one of the things that I've discovered is that that's your job. That's my job, to love myself. My job is to give myself the love that I falsely or wanted other people to give to me. And one of the things that we have to remind ourselves, and it's in the scripture, and I love the scripture, it says David had to encourage himself. Sometimes we're looking for other people to encourage us, and they're dealing with their own drama. They're dealing with their own trauma. We have to learn how to encourage ourselves. And so when people would see me when I was still going through that cancer process, when we didn't know what was happening, if the treatment worked or what I was doing was working, people were like real concerned about me, but I wasn't concerned because I knew God had me. I knew that I was going to be okay, and I knew it because I believed it. One of my favorite movies or plays was The Wiz, and I love the symbolism and the message behind that movie, because if you remember the line, he just wanted courage. Dorothy just wanted to get home. The Tin Man just wanted a heart. And the Scarecrow just wanted a brain. And what they realized is everything that they were looking for, they already had it within them. They just had to believe it. And so for all of us, wherever we are on our health journey, we just have to believe we can get better. And not only believe it, because when you start to believe something, you start acting differently. That's how you know you really believe something. It's one thing to think something, but it's another to believe it, because when you believe something, you start acting differently. You start making different decisions and different choices. And not everybody's going to understand you, because, in our community, it's all about food. And I know my godmother, every Thanksgiving, she cooks these big Thanksgiving dinner, and it's nothing I can eat. I can't, and it's a learning process, and it is acceptance for them, because, we get our comfort around food and we socialize around food. But my job is to be a living example. I don't try to tell people how to eat and what to do. My job is just to be a living example. I want to share the information with folks and let folks know what the real statistics are. And the real fact is that you don't have to be ill. You don't have to be sick. There's some things that you can do. We live in a society where the medical community, they're quick to just give you a pill or surgery. That's all. And I learned through my research that one of the things that is so interesting that I found was that doctors, when they're in medical school, only 20% of medical schools require doctors to take one single class in nutrition. One single class. So most doctors are not educated on nutrition. And so that conversation doesn't even happen with your doctor. And so it's important that we educate ourselves on nutrition and fitness and stress and how it affects our bodies. Because here's what I believe. We all deserve to be healthy. You deserve to be healthy, but you got to believe it. And when you believe it, you'll start making different changes. And I'm not suggesting any particular type of diet. My point is to pay attention to your body, because pain is information. If you're having pain after you eat those French fries or that macaroni and cheese salad, that's information. And our bodies tell the truth. The body tells the truth of what's going on with us. Whether it's stress or what we're putting into our bodies, our bodies tell the truth. And my truth, when I was diagnosed with cancer, August 5th, 2015, was that I wasn't taking care of myself. You know, I wasn't giving myself the self-care, the self-love. I wasn't affirming myself. I was just living with stress that I had normalized. And then I wasn't giving my body all the things that it needed so that I could thrive. And so I just want to encourage you to reconsider, reconsider, what's going on with your health and your well-being, and pay attention. Pay attention. Nina Simone says this. She says, you have to know how to leave the table when love is no longer being served. When love is no longer if that food isn't feeding you and giving you what you need, gotta leave it. If that relationship isn't fueling you and giving you what you need, gotta leave it, because guess what? You're important. You're worthy, and you are enough to live the kind of life that you desire, that you dream about. And the only way we can do it, and the only way we can get through this crisis that we are facing right now, is if we are fit and focused. We got to be fit and focused for this moment. And there's stuff that we can do to make sure that happens. There's so much that we can't control, but there's a lot that we can't control. And we can definitely control what we think and what we put in our bodies. And so I just want to encourage you and to remind you, as James Baldwin says, he says, your crown has already been bought and paid for. All you have to do is put it on. You are worthy. You are worthy, just as you are. There's nothing you have to prove. There's nothing you have to do. Just as you are worthy to live the dreams that you have. You are worthy to be healthy. You are worthy to have peace of mind. Peace of mind. You are worthy just as you are. So I want to thank you for allowing me just to share a little bit about my journey with you, and hope that something was said to remind you of your value, of your worth.
I am so full and excited and wanting to get to work on what Harold LEFFALL has just shared with us. Just very excited, and thank all of you who are on board. I want to introduce Hanifa Salim as our fitness break director. Today, our fitness break is with Fitness Life Pro, owner and founder, Sister Hanifa Salim from Baltimore, Maryland. Fitness Life Pro is a health and wellness business offering fitness for life classes and workshops with Haja Hanifa Salim, a certified fitness professional with a bachelor's of science in healthcare administration. At Fitness Life Pro, come quote, explore and perform, unquote. Therapeutic yoga, tai chi, stress management, meditation and relaxation, personal training techniques, and line dancing. Line dancing, we all love that. Sister Salim offers personal and group training, a family-friendly fitness and health and fitness for retreats and conferences. That's where I met her, I think, in DC and Houston. Specialty sessions in yoga fusion, fit kids, and chair exercises. Yes, she has a wealth of experience in the health and wellness field. Something for all ages. So let's get moving with Sister Hanifa Salim.
Okay, let's get started. Right, left, right, left. So we're just going to warm up the body. This is going to be an interval workout. We're going to warm up first, and we're going to switch between cardio, which we're just doing now, warming up the body, and strength training. Now remember, you can use your chair in your warm up. So you're going to start off here. Just march right through the chair. Warming up. And you don't even have to lift your feet off the floor. You can just lift your knees like this. Till you start closing, not even leaving the floor. Very low impact. Check it over on your way. And then 1, 2, 3, lift. Let's go. 1, 2, 3, we lift. Welcome back for the stretching portion of this exercise. You're going to incorporate your core work also in the abdominal area with the stretching. So we have our hands behind the head, stretching out the chest muscles right here. And with that, we're going to tighten, suck in the abdominal muscles, soften the knees, and curl forward. And coming up, again. Again, turn the chair. cross over the knee. And like this. And lifting. On one side. Keep it at the number. And lift. And lift. Over here. Go to the center. And lift. Over here. Just up your head. Press your toes down. Move forward. Like that. Side. Press it down. Press forward.
Hi, everybody. I had no idea that you guys are coming straight to me. All right. Well, we're back. That tells you, listen, stay ready. If you stay ready, you don't have to get ready. Okay. So I hope you guys appreciated that. Listen, I was up moving here in the office, doing those twists and turns. So thank you very much. And, doing that, I'll tell you what it reminded me. I forgot that there are simple things that you can do to move your body that are effective. Like you don't have to do the whatever, like it doesn't have to be like elaborate, like I'm in the gym. Like right where you are in your home, you can do something really simple that gets the body moving. There's a quote I read years ago and it always stayed with me, that there is no disease. There are only two things happening. There's either circulation or stagnation. And if there's stagnation, that means you need to circulate. And that applies to everything, your health, your wealth, your relationships, that there is some circulation, movement, activity that keeps everything flowing. All right. Let's go to the next person that I want to introduce you to. You guys are Yelang Smith. Food is in her soul. She has been cooking all her life. Born in Kinston, North Carolina, Yelang Smith was surrounded with talented at-home cooks, from her grandmother to all of her aunts and uncles, and certainly her mother. By the time she was 6 years old, she began making salads, cooking rice, and frying chicken. I can't even imagine letting Jordan near frying anything. All with the help, I guess the mama helped. All with the help and the loving guidance of her mother. Education is an important element in her family, and Yelang went on to graduate from Howard University, HU, with a degree in political science. She worked in the corporate sector for some real-world experience, and then she started her first business called Throwdown Catering. The company booked many video shoots, and she has had the pleasure of working for many artists. Eventually, she began working with athletes and even more entertainers like Master P and No Limit Records, Snoop Dogg, P. Diddy, Tony Braxton, Tamar Braxton, Angela Bassett, Matt Kemp, and Kyrie Irving, to name a few. Chef Yelang opened her first restaurant called Soul Folks Cafe in downtown Los Angeles. This restaurant was named the best soul food in LA for several years in a row. That restaurant stayed open for 8 years. Then she moved her concept to Hollywood, California. And this was a big project. 10 years in the making. She learned many lessons through this experience, and all the time becoming a better cook and a better entrepreneur, dealing with high finance and people management. While preparing to open this restaurant, Yelang had the chance to cook with other really successful restaurateurs and catering companies. Those experiences really expanded her skills. They broadened her food scope and her imagination. Now, Chef Yelang develops all kinds of meals to reflect global food preferences, from vegan, vegetarian, gluten-free, paleo, kosher, healthy Southern meals, meals for athletes in training, Caribbean, Mediterranean, and Asian. And at present, Chef Yelang is an executive chef. She hires and trains cooks for other establishments. She is working on her first cookbook. Yay! And so today we're going to learn how to prepare a bridge dish Mediterranean style. All right, let's tune in.
Welcome. This is Chef Yelang Smith, and you're at my home, and I am cooking in quarantine. Today, we're going to do a Mediterranean-styled menu, and we're going to make one of my favorites. We're going to make paella, a seafood paella. There are 22 Mediterranean countries that are on that sea border, countries like Italy and Spain, and typically they really eat well. A lot of fruits and vegetables, beans. When you think of paella, you really think of seafood. The seafood that we're going to use today is lobster, shrimp, some salmon, and 2 different types of crab. All right, let's get cooking. The first thing that we're going to do is we're going to blanch this lobster. I made a stock with the shrimp tails earlier, and so that's what we're going to just blanch this lobster just for a few minutes. Yesterday I took brown rice and I marinated it in some saffron, and I let it sit overnight. So this is the brown rice. You would normally be using like a brown onion, but there's an onion situation going on in the States, so I chose to go with dried onion and green onion. So this is dried onion, green onion, garlic. I have a little bay leaf in the shrimp stock water where that lobster's going. And I'm sauteing this. Another thing about a paella is you can use basically whatever ingredients that you personally have. It's up to you. I like to see food with color. So I'm adding some sweet baby red and yellow peppers in mine. Some people would add like chicken or some sort of chorizo or sausage, but we're just gonna go all seafood today. This rice is nice. It's caramelizing very well. Some of my other ingredients that I have in here are like some saffron leaves. It's going to give us some beautiful color. I have bay leaves already in the water. And then this is the stock. I'm going to go ahead and pour it in there now. So the lobster is perfect, exactly where I want it to be. And look at this. This rice is everything. It's happening. It's totally happening. I blanched some string beans earlier, and I'm gonna add them. With the seafood, I add the seafood that takes more time in here first. And for sure, these clam. I'm gonna go ahead and add these crab claws in here. I wish you could smell this. This is everything right about now. This whole house is kicking. All right, now the next crab that I'm gonna add is this Alaskan king crab leg. People with paella, some people stir, some people don't stir. Really, if you have a nice, one of your favorite skillets that works for you, that big black skillet from grandma, use whatever works for you. I'm gonna cover this for a little bit, and then while this is covering, I'm gonna sear off the salmon. I like my salmon to have just a little crisp on top. The salmon and the shrimp are going last. I'll be right back. I covered the pan up and let it cook under foil or a lid at least like 10 minutes. But now it's time to go ahead and add those lobster tails and add the shrimp. And the very last thing that'll go in right before we serve is the fish. I'm covering up our fabulous dish for like 10 minutes. We're gonna let it go and then we'll add the salmon. All right, so this paella is almost finished. We're on our last step here. I'm going to add the salmon that we pan-seared earlier to this beautiful dish. We're gonna finish with some fresh parsley. And this is ready to serve. Bon appetit.
Hi, can you hear me? Okay, I guess it's time for me to introduce. I'm going to go ahead. I don't know, but someone will let me know if you can't hear me or see me. Hi, I'm Cleo King. I am an actor and an activist, and I'm happy to be here today. I'm going to introduce Richard Lawson. Richard Lawson has had a long and distinguished career as an actor and master teacher that spans 6 decades. His first professional job was in the national company of the Pulitzer Prize winning play by Charles Cordone, No Place to Be Somebody. Some of the more notable performances in the years to follow included Drama Critics Awards for his work in Ma Rainey's Black Bottom at the Los Angeles Theater Center and Streamers, directed by Milton Katselas at the Westwood Playhouse. Other memorable experiences included productions of Fool for Love at LATC, Checkmates at the Westwood Playhouse, a New York Shakespeare production of The Mighty Gents, a New York Manhattan Theater Company world premiere of The Talented Tenth, the American premiere of Hapgood at the Doolittle Theater in Los Angeles, Visions and Lovers at the Skylight Theater, and The Exonerated at the Actors Gang Theater in Los Angeles. Recently, he produced, directed, and starred in the Waco Theater Center's production of No Place to Be Somebody. Some of his selected films include Steven Spielberg's Poltergeist, Walter Hill's Streets of Fire Stick with Burt Reynolds, The Main Event with Barbara Streisand and Ryan O'Neal, Coming Home with Jane Fonda and Jon Voight, Audrey Rose with Anthony Hopkins and Marsha Mason, Wag the Dog with Robert De Niro and Dustin Hoffman, How Stella Got Her Groove Back starring Whoopi Goldberg and Angela Bassett, Guess Who starring Bernie Mac and Ashton Kutcher, For Color Girls and For Color Girls, directed by Tyler Perry. He co-starred in Angry Boys, starring Chris Lilly, and currently airing on HBO Go. He was also a series regular on The Days and Nights of Molly Dodd, Dynasty, and Chicago Story. Notable movies of the week include The Jericho Mile, The Golden Moment, an Olympic Love Story, Johnny May Gibson, FBI, Pandora's Clock, and Jackie's Back. He is fondly remembered as Lucas Bourne's on All My Children. As an acting and teaching protege of the finest and most respected acting teachers in the world, Milton Katselas, Richard honed his teaching skills and sharpened his empowerment abilities, recognizing a hole in the teaching model. He went on to create one of the most cutting-edge schools in existence, the Richard Lawson Studios. The Richard Lawson Studios uses cutting-edge computer technology to impart Richard's 50 years as a successful actor, teacher, public speaker, and drug counselor for the National Basketball Association to empower artists and professionals to achieve their dreams. On the other side of the coin, he uses time-tested acting techniques to empower non-artists, job seekers, or regular people to achieve their dreams. For more information on Richard, you can go to richard.richardlawson.net. Welcome, Richard Lawson.
Thank you, Ms. King. I really appreciate that.
I wish my assistant had sent the shorter version of that introduction, because that took up the last 30 minutes. But thank you so much. I appreciate you sharing that with me.
You're welcome.
I believe the reason I was asked to come on here today is that Dr. Randolph happens to be a student of mine. And actually, we're kind of connected for two reasons. One is she's a student in my class, because besides being a scientist, she's an artist, and so I can certainly help her scientifically study her art, because I see myself as somewhat of a behavioral scientist, because I teach. And I use the concept of anthropology and the systematic study of something, which is what science is, as a way to teach people how to achieve their dreams, period, and especially through art. And the other way we're associated is that I went on back in early March, late April, early March, I was about 270 pounds. And I realized that as an actor, as an artist, as a person who had a concept and a vision for themselves, and my own purpose in terms of what I am as a human being, and then as it relates to art, that I was not following my own dream, my own journey. I wasn't fulfilling my own reason for being, my raison d'etre, or my purpose. And so I started on this very specific health journey, and in about 4 months, I lost about 50 pounds, 55 pounds. And then Dr. Randolph joined the journey that I'm on. And so I can thankfully say that, you know, by that weight loss and consciousness of my diet and also, you know, sort of rehabilitating my own sense of consciousness about why I'm here and what I need to do in order to sustain my time here, and that health is my first wealth, and that I needed to change that because it was going down a very disastrous road. And in that process, I have been able to lower my blood pressure, lower my cholesterol, feel so much better within my own body, to be able to rehabilitate my dream and my purpose in terms of what I'm about and where I'm going and what it is that I'm doing. And in the meantime, be able to support others in their health journey and also in pursuit of their dreams. So I can say that I'm really, really happy that that I found the motivation, and it was because one of my students, you know, started going through this real wonderful transformation, and I asked her what she was doing, and she told me. So I jumped on that bandwagon and I started, and ironically, it was a former student of mine that was running this program that I got on, and thankful to say that you know, I probably have helped over 100 people now to change their eating habits, and most people have had great success in this. My wife has lost 35 or 40 pounds. My son lost 40 pounds. My friend Ralph Farquhar, who has produced every Black comedy you can ever imagine, he's lost 50 pounds. His wife has lost 30 pounds. Friends of ours have lost 20, 30, 40 pounds. And so I have been, you know, helpful in supporting people to lose thousands of pounds over the last 5-6 months. And going forward, you know, I see it as part of my mission is to help people to rehabilitate, you know, their reason for being. Because this whole period of time through COVID and all of that has really sent a lot of people into a kind of a depressive state. And because I also, my wife and I have a program where we mentor young kids we are helping them deal with their mental state and their state of mind, dealing with depression. And because the world is just topsy-turvy right now, and a lot of people having trouble dealing with it, and a lot of people wind up eating their feelings. And so right now, I am very instrumental in helping people to get past that. And so, you know, I just want to say I'm thankful to be asked to come on here, and I'm thankful that Dr. Randolph is found a way to support her art and also to support her health journey. And that's what I would like to share. And if someone has any questions for me, I'm willing to answer them. Otherwise, someone will have to tell me what's up next. Hey, Dr. Randolph, how are you?
Great and wonderful. Thank you for being here. So, one moment. I have a couple of questions. One, you're very modest today. And so I wanted people to understand when you say that you're my teacher, you're part of the reason that I'm even here in this room today and able to talk to the audience as Dr. Sherry Randolph because of the production value that we receive at Richard Lawson Studios. I do want you to tell people about that, how you are a person who has a mission to unmute people so they come and step forward. And many of our speakers here today have done that. And with the environment and all of the workshops that you've offered free over the course of COVID and up until we had the master classes, we talked about these very issues, living in a pandemic, living in quarantine, and the unrest that are going on due to the racial violence. I would like you to speak to that.
Sure, absolutely. Thank you. And thank you for saying that. You know, I've been teaching for 40 years. I've been in the business for 50 years, since 1969. And early on, I really understood that when I looked at the business that I was in and looked at the fact that, you know, what was available for me as an artist starting up in this business or continuing my artistic journey when I got to Hollywood, that it was basically a desert. There were no oases out there for Black people. There were 3 people that you saw on TV or in the media, and that was Sidney Poitier, Diane Carroll, and Bill Cosby. And other than that, you know, there wasn't much. And they started making, you know, films that they call blaxploitation films. And a lot of those characters were not necessarily characters that represented us. They were caricatures. So I realized early on that I needed to create my own oasis. I needed to create it for myself. If I wanted it, I had to go get it. And that's what I did. And I really worked and produced and created my own. And then I started teaching people how to create their own. And I knew that this had to be done through finding what people's dreams were. Like, what is your dream? What do you see for yourself? Who do you want to work with? What do you want to be? What do you want to have? What do you want to create? Where do you want to live? How much money do you want to make? You know, and really be clear about that. And why, most importantly, why are you doing this? And so if you understand why you're doing this, then that sense of purpose becomes like Halley's Comet, and it just has a direction and a vision and a destiny, and therefore is something that will and can and will be created, as opposed to being in something where you are at effect to your fate. Fate is what happens to you that seems to be uncontrollable. Destiny is something that you create, and you create your destiny to make it happen. So I teach people to create their own destinies by understanding why they do this. And so as a result of that, it goes beyond actors. I teach actors. You're an actor / scientist. I teach lawyers, doctors, dentists, it doesn't matter who you are, that if you have a dream, I can teach you to fulfill that dream. And that's really what I discovered as my reason for being. Now, in the process, what I realized is that a lot of people are muted because we are taught by so many different entities, and most of what we see about ourselves comes from what other people say to us. Our teachers, our parents, our neighborhood, our friends, our enemies, our world that we live in. They evaluate us and we accept that evaluation, as opposed to someone who takes the time to take a look at what they see, what they dream, what they postulate, what they can imagine, and then set out to try to make that happen. And because I use film where people can see themselves on film and they can see their own truth, and they could be their own teacher with help and with assessment and support from the community that you create, and myself and the people who I have taught, teach people to be their own teachers and to learn about who they are and unmute themselves so that their voice is important. Now, today, that's vitally important because we're in a time that is like no other. And so that it is important for all of us to be aware of who we are, what we want, and then in a collective spirit, understand where we need to go. And that's especially true if we take the time to connect where we came from and just understand that from our African heritage, that we have developed and we have within us so many tools that are inherently, unmutable if we recognize it. And we are able to unmute that part of our African self, our Afrocentricities, and call upon that which will lead us into wherever we want to go. Because this time, either one thing is going to happen. Either we will change the world, or whatever is going to happen next is going to be real different. And I hope that we can help the world see how important it is for them to recognize the part that they have played in the muting and the denial of the reality of humanity and human beings being human beings.
Thank you. I have a question. If people want to find out the eating plan that we're on, how do they go about doing that?
They could get in touch with me by emailing me at health.wealth3747@gmail.com. health.wealth3747@gmail.com. There you go. That's it.
Yes, well, they have that information. I want to bring Harold Leffall back. I have a question that's coming from the audience that I think he can answer, and you can answer this too.
Okay.
Juan is asking, I would like to know what your process or method is for achieving and maintaining healthy eating habits.
Well, it's an interesting thing because, eating habits is really more a result of understanding yourself and understanding your whole philosophy and concept about eating. I had the wonderful fortune, the blessing of being able to spend a weekend at Camp David when President Obama and the First Lady were in office. And he wasn't there that weekend because he had to be in China, but we spent the weekend with the First Lady, Michelle Obama, and his daughter. We had the most wonderful weekend. And one of the things that I asked them about, and we talked about food and we talked about health, and they said that, the president ate as a source of fuel. He didn't eat for taste, and he didn't eat he wasn't an emotional eater. He understood that food was fuel. And so in my case, because I gained 70 pounds, and what I didn't recognize is the fact that I was not dealing with certain things in my universe. I was helping others. I was helping a lot of people. I was teaching. All of my energy was going, was an outflow, but I wasn't taking care of myself. And I had lost a little sight of my own purpose. And so I started eating my feelings. And I ate until I was 270 pounds, and I justified it. When I get in the mirror, I saw what I wanted to see. I didn't see what was in front of me. And because I couldn't put on clothes, and there was nothing in my closet that I could wear. I was down to 2 shirts and a pair of pants that I could fit. And I got to the point to where I recognized that I had lost my way, that food became a substitute for a lot of other things I wasn't dealing with. And I started to change that, and I started working out, and I started, becoming conscious and reconnecting with my sense of purpose, and reconnecting with my sense of eating, and when I ate and what I ate, and started to understand a little bit about the process of food and protein and vegetable, or starch and vegetable, never starch and protein, and in the amounts and how many times. And I started eating 6 times a day in much smaller amounts, and I didn't eat past 6:30. I get up at 6, that's when I start. But at 6:30 is my last meal, and I don't eat until 6 again. And they're small amounts, except the one meal that I would eat with protein and vegetable. And I would drink a gallon of water a day. And I went into a fat burn that just took all that fat off of me. And at the age of 73, my desire is to be able to dance at the age of 105. To dance, among other things, at the age of 105. Now, I know that the only time and the only way I'm going to get there is if I have a consciousness about taking care of my health. So I have to change my thinking. I have to change my approach. I have to create routines that are healthy routines. I have to eat on a schedule. I have to avoid eating. Listen, you can have a day where you let go. Sunday is my day where I eat what I want. And the rest of the week, I'm disciplined and I work out. So it's routines. So it's changing my thinking process, not just the eating process. Yes, there's understanding, but changing my thinking, changing my approach to food. It's fuel. Who is this young man? How you pronounce your name? You're muted.
Hi.
Okay, there it is.
Hey, Harold.
Hey, Richard, how are you?
I'm good, man.
Good.
Did you have a question for me?
No, I think Dr. Sherry brought me on. I'm not.
Oh.
Now I think she's frozen.
Yes.
Okay.
I wanted him to answer the same question. Harold LEFFALL is a cancer survivor, and he also had to change his eating habits to cure from cancer.
Yeah.
And the question from the audience was, they would like to know the process or the method for achieving and maintaining healthy eating habits. He's down 20 pounds in the quarantine, and you're down over 50. And I wanted the audience just to know that this is happening, and people are healing from disease by practicing healthy and maintaining healthy eating habits.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So for me, Dr. Sherry, after I was diagnosed with prostate cancer, it was a no-brainer for me. I realized that I had to change my eating habits and change what I consume, because I was eating all of the things that they associate with cancer, dairy products, sugar, animal protein. And so for me, getting the information and realizing how harmful those things were for my body made it very easy for me to transition, from that type of eating.
Wake up call, we all have a wake up call on some level or another, you know, and I've had a life of wake up calls. You know, I was at one point I was a drug addict. I recognized that I needed to deal with that. I saw, you look, one night I was with a dear friend of mine, and I had a revelation that I saw his death and mine. I left his house that night. I made a phone call on the way home. By the end of that evening, I was in a rehab, and 1 year later, he was dead. And so that call I listened to. You know, when I looked in the mirror and realized that I couldn't button my pants anymore, and that really wasn't, you know, as an actor, my casting had changed. So instead of being a leading man, I was now a character actor with a big stomach. And it's like, that's not me. That is not who I am. And I had to change that. That was a wake-up call. And it's like, you know, at my age, I realized that I have a lot of wake-up calls left. I've been very lucky to survive a lot of things: plane crashes, Vietnam, drug addiction, divorces. It's like, you know what? Now you got to lock in and understand that you have to understand the healthy eating habits and life habits, and you got to make that a routine. And you cannot get off of the routine. You have to respect it, and you can't get comfortable with it. You know what I mean? And so that's where I am now, is in terms of this routine and staying away from those things that is the slippery slope. You know, yeah, I can just mess around a little bit, do this, do that. And the next thing you know, 3 months later, you know, it's like, oh God, I slipped and here I go again. No more for me.
Yeah. I think Dr. Sherry's frozen.
Okay, it says, to Richard, can you share a little more about how you maintain your schedule? Did you have a chef or a nutritionist, or did you do it without support? No, you cannot do anything without support. The key to life is support. We all need a tribe. We all need a group of people who support us, believe me, because if you don't have a support system, then those dark devils will slip in and befriend you and put that arm around your shoulder and make you think that they're your best friend, and they're not.
No.
You got to have a support system.
It just was too loud and clashing with.
I didn't have a nutritionist. I learned I had a coach that coached me in terms of eating a certain way. And they checked in with me. Now I have a series of coaches who help other people. So the most important thing to know is that you can't do anything alone. Life is a group effort. It's a solo effort. When you find yourself trying to do something alone, you're bringing on disaster. You're bringing on failure. You need support. In my community, is your community a tribe for this kind of weight loss? Yes. I have a support system. As a matter of fact, with all the people that I'm helping, we're going to create, you know, a group get together, like a village. So we check in, we support each other, we talk about good eating habits and healthy habits, and we talk about, you know, listen, one of the greatest experiences that I ever had was to go to AA. So you go to Alcoholics Anonymous, which is a group, and you stand up and you say, hey, my name is Richard and I'm an addict. And then you share with them your trials and tribulations or your wins and successes. And they help you celebrate it, or they help you stay on track. We need that. That's what church is. What helps you maintain? You want to answer that? What helps you maintain your routine?
You know, like you said, it's for me, it's understanding my triggers. And I know for me, there's just certain things that I can't eat because, you know, there are some people who can just eat a little piece of chocolate and they'll be okay. Not me. If I eat it turns into a whole thing and the next thing. And so just understanding my triggers helps me to maintain my routine.
There you go. You got to know your triggers. You got to know where those that's the slippery slope that I'm talking about. You know, you can't chip. You know, when I was a drug addict, it was like, you know, there are no half measures. You can't say, you know, I'm recreational. No, it's no recreational, because you're recreational today, and 4 hours from now, it ain't nothing recreational about it. And then 4 months from now, you know, you looking to pick up stuff off the floor that could be the last thing. It takes a discipline to maintain a habit, and that's where your group comes in, because they help you stay accountable. So it's about accountability, and it's also about being clear about what your dream is. What is your dream? You know, and stay connected to your dream and the people who will help you stay connected. It's a tribe. It's like church. You know, everybody in church is like trying to do their best. And there are all kind of churches, you know.
Absolutely. And thank you guys. I'm excited to be a part of this conversation because I have a lot of questions. Okay. So the thing that I want to know is, were there people that you needed to move out of your life? And I guess this question really applies to both of you. Were there people or things besides like dietary changes that you needed to move out of your life in order to make the kind of lasting change that you're enjoying right now?
Go ahead, Harold.
Well, I know for me, I didn't necessarily have to move people out of my life, but I just had to be very intentional and let folks know the journey that I was on. For example, I mentioned like family gatherings. My family, they eat traditional meals, and I just don't eat that stuff. You know, I plan ahead, and so either I'll bring what I'm going to eat there to the gathering, or I'll eat beforehand. And so, and it's difficult sometimes, particularly for your family, because so much of our socialization is around food, and because I've transitioned out of eating that type of food, that makes it a little. Initially, it made it a little difficult, but now, you know, I think folks kind of catch up as long as they see that you're intentional about what you're doing.
Sure. Go ahead, Richard.
In my teaching, I have what is called, you know, your bus, your career and life bus. And who's on the bus? Your grandparents, your parents, your significant others, your children, your friends, whoever you work with, your team, your neighborhood, your ethnicity, your gender, your mortgage, your children, I think I said, and your animals. All that is on your bus. And so that this bus is headed, is on a journey. And so the question is everybody on your bus on this journey with you? And are there haters in the group? Are there, when you stop for gas, does one person jump out and get food? One person checks the oil, one person checks the tire. Is it a team effort? Or is there somebody that is suppressive or negative, or, you know, they have to be handled. So they have to understand where this bus is going, and they have to be handled. And if they can't be handled, I am not afraid to open up that door like the old school bus and say, I love you, but you got to go. And close that bus and get on down the road.
Yes, I love that. I love that. You made me. So the image that came to mind is that you stop for gas and somebody gets out to slash the tires. You want to make sure ain't nobody slashing tires here.
And you know what? Why is it? You know, look, if you think about every harmful thing that happened to you, it was done by somebody who loved you.
Ooh, come on.
Right.
Yes.
Somebody who loved you. It wasn't an enemy can't get that close.
Right.
But you get a little, you know, and you look and you say, what? Oh no, not you.
Right. So I want to make sure people know how to get in touch with you. And I wrote down what you said. Your email address is health.wealth3747@gmail.com, right? And then Harold, can you give us where people can find you so that we know how to get in touch with your community?
My website is youareenoughnow.com. youareenoughnow.com.
Nice.
I love that.
And so let me ask you, is it because people need to know, is there like a free version and a premium version, or what's the commitment for someone to be a part of your community? How do they get dialed in, and how are they going to get the most benefit?
Talking to Harold?
I'm talking about both of y'all.
So one of the things that's a part of my nutritional plan is juicing. And so I have a free juicing group on Facebook where we share different recipes and keep each other encouraged, and it's an accountability group. And
And what's the name of that group on Facebook?
it's I Am Enough.
I Am Enough. Okay.
Mhm.
All right. Got it. I Am Enough. Okay.
And for me, that you purchase some food products and supplements like bars and protein drinks and soups and preparable stuff that is in the prescribed amounts, that it's about 110 calories per serving, except the meal that you prepare, which is lean and green. So it's a lean protein and a green 3 cups of green vegetables that you eat once a day in the beginning. And then when you get to your goal weight, then it goes, so it's five fuelings and 1 meal, to 4 fuelings and 2 meals, to 3 and 3. And then you maintain that in the proper amounts, and then you drink the water, and it's a purchase, and it's about $430 a month, and that's it, and which you're going to spend far more than that by going to shopping at a grocery store. Yeah, and so it's rather inexpensive when you think about the gain that you get.
100%. So I'm emailing both of y'all. I'm getting in the juicing group, and I'm reaching out to you, Richard. Here's the question that I have, and then I want to pass it back to Dr. Randolph. How do you deal with the cravings? Because I've looked at like the vegan lifestyle and the no meat, and I just keep thinking, gosh, yeah, but I still have those cravings. Like, does that ever go away, or like, where are you with that? Does that still come up for you? Now that, you guys are very, close to your goal or at your goal, like, do you deal with the cravings?
You know what, for me, Reverend Sherry, because I have a very regimented eating pattern, I don't allow myself to get hungry. So I don't really have cravings, because my body's getting all the nutrients that it needs. I don't really have cravings. Now, every now and then I'll eat something off my plan, but it's not like I'm craving it. So,
well, and I hear you, and I think that what you said is very important. You don't let yourself get hungry. And you don't let yourself get hungry, because I eat every 2.5 hours. I eat 6:30, 8, at 6, 8:30, 11, 1:30, 4, and at 6:30. And I have an alarm on my watch or my phone that when that alarm goes off, I know I got to go and eat. Because if I go past 3 hours, then I go into, my body will start to try to protect itself. But if I stay that, then I'm going to be in a continued state of fat burn. And as I see the weight coming down and then leveling off in terms of being near my goal weight, then I look at the consequences. So the last time that I got high on cocaine was April 13th, 1983. It's not that I don't have a desire for it, because I loved it, but I understand the consequences. And so therefore, I know that I need to stay away from people or situations where I can slide it into it and talk myself into it. Because like everything else, addiction, because we're talking about cravings are an addiction, and there's 3 components to addiction: obsession, compulsion, and spiritual bankruptcy. You obsess over it, so you think about it, head talk, talk yourself into it. Compulsion is you act on it, and then you eat one Twinkie, 2 Twinkies. Oh shit, this is 3, 4, 5, a whole box of Twinkies. Then you go into spiritual bankruptcy because you feel so bad that you talk yourself into that same cycle again. In order not to get into that cycle, you got to do the things of the routine, like don't get hungry, eat on a regular basis, on a scheduled basis, do the things you do, and keep the consequences in front of you.
I'm over here doing the hallelujah dance right now. So I really wanted to just we're going to close out now, and that hit. I'm if you know, Richard, you have visited Up Church before. You were one of our Proof of the Truth speakers for Reverend Dr. Della Reese when she was still in the body, and so if you come and you hear me preach obsession, compulsion, and spiritual bankruptcy, I hope I remember to give you credit. I hope.
Hey, just remember this. Remember this. Greatness borrows, genius steals.
There you go. There you go. There you go. So listen. I want to bring in Cleo and King and Dr. Pamela Scott Johnson into this conversation. Final words for anybody. Things that you want people, like, if you had to say one thing that you want people to remember, never to forget, what is that? Let me start. Name somebody. Let me start with Cleo King. One thing that you want people to remember, never to forget.
You know, I just love to keep trying it one day at a time. You know, it's really important for me, one day at a time, to keep showing up for myself the way I would for my 12-year-old, the way I would for anybody else. I get a choice every day. So my thing is, I'm going to get whatever I do, it's going to bring me closer to my dreams and my hopes and my dreams, or my higher power, or it's going to take me further away. So I get a choice daily. And the most important thing for me is to put my mask on first. Because if I don't take care of myself, I can't take care of nobody else. And hey, I love that 12-step program. Overeaters Anonymous is real, you know? It supports you in a way that, oh my God, and it's free. You just put a little money in the basket every now and then. There's help out here for us if we need it. But I've learned to put my mask on first, and I'm grateful.
Great. All right. Thank you for that. Let me go to you next, Dr. Pamela Scott Johnson. So, I want to make sure I ask this question. I want to ask you, where do we go from here? And I'm gonna come back to you, Cleo, for your response. And also, what do you want people to remember, never to forget?
Yeah, I want people to never forget that God has given you a gift, and that there's a purpose for your being on the earth. And I love what you said, Richard, helping people unmute that, right? Because that's really what it's all about. And you have a purpose, and the only way you can find that gift is by sharpening yourself and shaping what that mission is. And then, and I love how, Harold, your network of you are enough, but God has given you a voice. And your purpose is to find that voice and share it. And you cannot, and I love the last part of this conversation, you can't do that by yourself. You can't do that by yourself. I think that's what we're all wanting, is that to get physically connected, but you can stay connected to people. So where you go from here is to find your network, find your tribe, figure out who's on the bus. Because if that voice doesn't affirm the gift that God gave you, then you need to mute that voice so you can find your own.
Yes. Thank you for that. Thank you. Cleo, let me get you, and then Richard, I'm gonna come to you next. I wanted to ask you that question. Where do we go from here?
You know, we have to keep giving back. We have to do what we do, and yet we have to give back and help somebody else. In order to keep what you have to give it away. So it's one thing to have all this wonderful whatever, we have to do the work. If you do the work, you get the results. So we have to find ways that we can help our communities. I love everything I've heard here today. What can I do to help my community? Whether that's with, getting people signed to do jury duty. So many times, the only reason people get stuck in these systems is because we weren't there to show up and vote. We have to be able to show up and help our communities in whatever way we can and to give back. It's great to have all this knowledge, but if you're not helping other people, I don't think it's doing any good. So find ways that we can help. And for me, that's doing the jury duty, that's helping people get registered to vote, and to help people who are in trouble. It's for me to, that's the way I give.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for that. Let me come to you next, Richard. So the question is, one thing you want people to remember, never to forget, and where do we go from here?
Dreams don't have expiration dates. It's never too late, and you're never too old. That, if you have a village and you have a tribe, they will help you rehabilitate any dream that is dormant or latent. It can be unmuted and resurrected. And if you understand that to be of service is really the key to all salvation. Somebody said, they said it differently. The way I say it is you can't keep it unless you give it away. So give it away. Dr. Randolph talked about the free classes. In this period of time, it was about helping people to stay afloat, because I'll tell you something, we got to vote. If we don't vote, boy, we have not seen a storm that is to come unless we vote that man out. There's a storm brewing that you have never seen in your life. It's the most important election in the history of this country for sure. You want to go back to 400 years of slavery? Don't vote.
That's a drop the mic moment. An absolute drop the mic moment. So listen, guys, I'm going to go to Harold next with the same two questions, and then we're going to bring on Dr. Sherry to close us out. Harold, one thing that you want people to remember, never to forget, and where do we go from here?
Well, here's what I want people to remember is that you deserve to be healthy. I think sometimes as we get older, we just accept these illnesses. Like you get 40, I'm 53, and a lot of my friends are dealing with a lot of illnesses, and they've just accepted that as their fate. And I'm like, no, you deserve to be healthy. You can get healthy. And so that's what I want people to remember. You deserve to be healthy. And where do we go from here? I think it's so important that we stay fit and focused for this moment, because there's a lot of stuff that we're dealing with, a lot of stress, a lot of issues, and it's important if we're going to meet this moment that we be fit and focused.
Thank you so much. Dr. Sherry Randolph, girl. I keep singing your praises, but I have to sing them again. I think you can tell from the comments that are in the live chat, you have outdone yourself again. And I just want to publicly shout you out. I got a text message coming through from Sherry Milligan saying, what an amazing YouTube. Like, it is so
Oh my
amazing.
goodness.
So just great job. You did it. And I have to tell you, because you guys are here a part of this one, but this is the third, this is a trilogy that Dr. Sherry Randolph really championed, kept it going, made it happen, and really just helped us as a community at Up Church continue to reach out and provide service. And I just gotta say, girl, you did it. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm
And thank you to all of my guests today. And this is, I appreciate your applause. That's amazing. This was a challenge that I put up for myself, and with the help of being in Richard's classes, it let me set a postulate that set an intention of me to accomplish. And everything that he says, I just say, take a chance on being unmuted at Richard Lawson Studios. Take a chance on being down 17 pounds, like I told him last week. I didn't expect to join the weight loss challenge, and now I'm down in COVID 17 pounds. So I'm encouraged by our keynote speaker today, Harold LEFFALL. I thought he had a testimony, and we see that he did, that it's a blessing to be a cancer survivor. And I want to encourage the audience to all add that to your list. Be a survivor. One of the artists that worked on the program said that he didn't care what Richard Lawson said.
What?
I think we lost her. I think we lost her. All right, guys, we're going to close it out here unless she comes back. And I'm just going to say thank you so much. Thank you for being here. The gift of your time means so much. And on behalf of Understanding Principles and Sherry Randolph, are we back, Dr. Sherry? There we go. Okay.
Yes, I'm in an area and it's actually really funky right now, but I was saying that the artist that worked on the project, he said he didn't care what Richard Lawson said, that he survived a plane crash. And anybody that survived a plane crash, he was just inspirational to him at all. And he didn't even talk about the plane crash today. So kudos to you. And I want to talk about the sponsors. Dr. Chandra Salam had to leave, but without her to get up on the platform and to make everything happen, Richard knows this for sure, because in the new technology world, I had to build the streaming and then connect to the live cast through YouTube, which was changing out of Zoom. But that's how we were able to go live. And
Oh, no. All right.
One of the things that's real in this new world is you got to have really great Wi-Fi.
Right.
Get the best Wi-Fi, baby, because it's rough.
While you were eating good food and drinking good
Wi-Fi.
Good Wi-Fi. Oh my gosh. And I apologize in advance because I don't have a list of all of the sponsors in front of me. So I cannot acknowledge everyone, but this did not simply happen. This happened because there was a team working along with Dr. Sherry Randolph. And so we just want to thank all of those sponsors. Dr. Sherry, you with us? Okay.
Good question.
Yes, let me get this in fast.
Okay, go ahead.
King at SLAM LA, saving lives of African American men, women, and children, and just a plethora of information. And she came in today at the last minute. I want to thank Dr. Pamela Scott Johnson from Cal State, Los Angeles. We can continue the conversation. People ask for the conversation to get started. The conversation is started. Now everyone take an action. And this was happening in part from a partial
All right. So I am not exactly certain what the next thing she was going to say, but the next thing I'm going to say is thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
For part of today. And you guys really, this is the culmination of a lot of hard work. And I'm grateful that you were a part of it. And I just bless you on your journey to continue to prosper and to thrive and to really, really just blow your own mind with how amazing you are. Thank you and take care.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.